I hear you say I Yo, I'm late. It's okay. I was napping again, you know how it is. I was napping again, you know how it is. But now I'm here. We're going to watch a little bit of The Guy. Play a little bit of game. And then crash out. Mr. BFP and Bearded Biscuit, G-Star, with Joe Blah. I'm snipping. I see there is a DSP clip about DoorDash. amazingly, let me see what we've got here. Let's see what we got here. I don't think there's any fitness segment. I've just seen that there's a DoorDash clip. 25-minute clip about DoorDash. Cat's still there. Cat's still there. That's just people making shit up. It's funny though. Not making shit up. It's just people, you know. People just musing. That's just people musing because it's funny. Let me see if I can find this thing. I'm so sorry for the snipping, dude. Bro. Right, here it is. DSP rants and shames younger people for using DoorDash too much. So I'm going to preface this. Oh, nice. You pinged it for me. Nice. I'm going to preface this by saying DSP is one of the most frequent users of DoorDash and fast food I've ever encountered. Once to twice a week, and the bank leak showed us it was 3 times a day sometimes. The bank leak showed us that this guy DoorDash is like, he was DoorDashing 3 times a day. There were some days where he was DoorDashing 3 times a day. Alright, let's just get into this then. Let's get into it.
Well, let me tell you something, bro.
Let's go. That's my elephant impression. Gallo, how you doing?
Jasper Kitty is in the house today.
Oh God.
He's very hyper today. He's bouncing all over the house. This morning, I'm sleeping in bed, and my wife is getting ready for work because she goes to work early in the morning. Morning shifts, and
so this is probably at like 8 o'clock.
Usually wakes up because he sleeps with us, but he wakes up because she's up to get ready for work, and I'm sleeping. And all of a sudden,
wow!
As I'm sleeping, I start to feel and hear Jasper jumping all over the bed, on top of me.
Wow!
And I'm like, "What the?" And so I just look up and I see he's got his little twisty toy, which is just made of like a little piece of fabric that's like a thicker piece of fabric that almost looks like a string. It's not a string. It's like bendable and everything.
Jesus,
and
get the fuck on with it.
Literally.
Get on with it.
Jumping all over the bed, going crazy, playing with his toy.
Fuck on with it, dude.
I'm like, oh, Jasper. It's like...
Because he's retarded and he's autistic.
I have to get up.
That's why Mr. Japir.
Oh, man. So I had to put up with it. You know, there's nothing I could really do. Our bathroom.
Wow, what a hard life you have. You had to get up 2 hours after your fat, gormless cunt wife goes to work at some menial... This cunt makes 100 grand a year and still makes his wife go to work, by the way. The SP makes 100 grand a year and Cat still works, allegedly. So he's like, oh, he's pestering me 2 hours before I have to get up. So think about this. He just said... Wife gets up to get ready for work, and this cunt stays in bed for another 2 hours after she gets up and she's done. 2 hours. What a hard life you've got.
Room is connected to our bedroom.
God, that top is so awful. Does that top change? Oh my, look how awful that top is. Oh my God, that top is actual garbage. Look at the state of that. Look at the state of that. Bro, this guy's fashion sense. Listen, I care more than the average person about fashion, you know, how I look, but fuck me.
So my wife's getting ready in the bathroom for work, I can't like close the door and lock him out or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Sniff.
So I'm like, oh well. So I did get sleep, but I didn't get as much sound sleep as I would have liked today, thanks to a very rowdy Jasper Kitty.
Wow.
He's currently, I don't even know where he is. He was in the bedroom.
That's because this guy goes to bed at 3 a.m.
Still playing with this same twisty toy.
What a life.
On the bed and all over the floor. He's very hyper, jumping all over the place.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is.
And so I don't know. He just came in here, and I thought that he had come in here to hang out. But he's gone again. If he comes back, I'd like to obviously get him on camera. He's only in here a couple times a week usually.
No one needs to see the cat on camera.
I would like him to at least say hello to everyone, but we'll see if he comes back in here, right? And I am very much curious how Black Ops 7 is going to go today.
Oh, God.
This game, I hate to say it sadly, is probably one of the worst recent Call of Duties.
Oh, and you're still playing it and still pushing it. No one cares about CODs, and you're still trying to push it.
I'm doing incredibly well today. It's the best day ever, gameplay-wise. But no, if no one supports the stream, I can't make you like Call of Duty. And I
literally click onto the stream randomly to see the money, and he's begging and complaining. It could not be more perfect. You couldn't write it more perfect than this. I'm worried about Black Ops, a video from 3 hours ago. I clicked to the stream, literally the raw feed of the stream, and he's complaining about money. The second I click on it, he's complaining about money.
On this game, which sucks. Now here I am actually doing well, kicking major ass at the game.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing really well.
I'm just destroying everybody, right? I just got a Fury kill.
Yeah, DSP's destroying everybody. Yeah, I'm sure you are, dude. Such a good dude.
Not the worst in a long time. Even though, admittedly, I don't think it's as bad as some of the ones that I've played.
Yeah, where's Jade the retard?
In general, it's just really hard to get a consistent audience for it. I'm not to say that I can't get people to show up, but it's usually trolls. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's usually a bunch of trolls coming by just to talk junk or spam the chat when I'm playing. So I can't, moderate while I'm playing, and people know that, I think. But in particular, the last couple of times that I've tried to bring back Black Ops 7 and utilize all of my new setup, my new keyboard and mouse and OLED monitor and surround sound and everything that I now have that I didn't have before, even though I'm playing better and I am learning with weapons and getting kill streaks and leveling up and all of that.
Jesus Christ.
It doesn't really equate to
money,
positive viewership and or support. So because of that, I haven't played it a lot, right? That's the exact reason why you haven't seen Black Ops since January 8th. That was the last time I actually played it. I looked it up here. That was the last time.
Why do we care?
Jazzy is
and
here.
It's been since
Moderation
January 8th.
Big ups, Jazzy. Why are we supposed to care?
So, over 3 weeks.
Garbage game, hey, don't.
We're going to jump back in today. We're going to see what's going on. I don't even know if that Fallout event is still going on or if there's a new one. We'll see if there's new challenges and things that we can use to unlock weapons and content, and we'll go from there. Okay? So there you go. It should be fun. Either way, but I hope, to be honest, I do hope that we get an audience for it today. I do hope that people will support the variety of content. Like, I like being a variety content creator. I like the fact that every time you jump on one of my streams, you're essentially seeing something a little different. Jasper looks happy. He must believe in Joe Hendry. There you go. Thank you to Joe Hendry Believer. Let's get that on the leaderboard. Actually, thank you. We've got almost no kicks so far this week, and it's already, we're now 3 streaming days in. So I appreciate that. In fact, anyone on Kick today, if you support the stream, I would really appreciate it. Already, we've had a slow week on Kick. Don't ask me why. No clue. Attendance has been fine, but support has definitely been lagging on the Kick side. So anything, a sub, some kicks, all appreciated. Okay? Thank you guys for your support over there. Yeah, there's a topic I may talk about this morning if we run out of topics to discuss. I saw a fascinating article from the New York Times covering the new delivery food culture. Meaning, there's an entire generation now that since COVID, all they're doing is ordering food. They, never cook. And some people are spending, I'm not even kidding you, upwards of 1/3 of their income. Think of that. Think you make $50,000 a year. These people are spending like 20 grand on food because they're just ordering DoorDash constantly. They don't ever cook at home at all. And then they try to justify it and everything. And it's a fascinating article.
Is he insane?
Because basically what it's showing you is that we now have a younger generation of people who are like, they were grown up to be thinking that they're victims and that everything is unbeatable. You can't get a house, you can't get an apartment, you can't get a good job, you can't afford anything. But then when you analyze their behaviors, they've been trained in a way that they can't ever, you know what I'm saying? Like they're irresponsible with their money. They're like, well, why don't you have any money? Well, because I blow it all on
DSP, your self-awareness is insane.
But anyway, it's a good article. And of course, when I was reading
Did
it,
not hit
the
her.
first
It's not
thing
true.
that came to mind
It's
was
bullshit. I
redemption.
did not hit her.
Because when I had him on my show back in October,
Oh, hi, Mark.
he outright admitted, right there in front of everyone, in the public interview, yeah, I literally DoorDash every meal. Like, every single meal that I order is delivered. And it was like, what? Like, are you insane? Like, that's crazy. You don't cook it all? And he's like, no, we don't cook it all. We just order all of our food. It's all fast food delivery stuff. I'm
right.
Like, what the hell?
You can't cook.
So anyway, we may or may not talk about that.
He
today.
can't cook, by the way.
I have the article. Well, I have the article and I have a whole bunch
He
of
can't cook, by the way.
here. So
He can't cook at all.
we'll see if that's something we want to talk about on the evening
DSP
show
can't
today.
cook.
As a possible topic. We don't have to. I'm just saying I wanted to bring it up there because I was reading all the article and the responses this morning, and I was like, holy crap. Sorry, I have to deal with a whole bunch of trolling today. Idiots in the kick chat already. I had to just ban a bunch of people. There you go. Here's my thoughts on food delivery, not just DoorDash, but food delivery. Okay?
Oh, yeah,
First off,
great. Can't
no,
wait
I don't
for
think
this.
that anyone should be DoorDashing or food delivery on every meal. It's too expensive. I can tell you firsthand as someone who usually around once a week gets food for DSP Tries It.
Which is way more than most people.
About once a week orders on my day off so that my wife and I aren't cooking every
Twice
day.
a week.
We cook every meal except on the day.
Twice a week. How many of you have fast food twice a week that you order to your house? Be honest. Be honest. Be honest. Sometimes I'll have it on Friday. I'll have it once every 2 weeks. Depending on what I'm doing. Sometimes I get it for the kids. Sometimes if we're out somewhere, I might get something. Him trying to say twice a week, like that's a little amount, it shows how out of touch he even he is. It's hilarious.
Oh my life, it's brightest.
He's so out of touch.
Days when I have off, we'll usually order one meal. And then if I do DSP Tries It, that day I'll also order a meal.
You do that at least once a week.
If I didn't do DSP Tries It at all, we'd only be ordering at most once a week for the day off. And then when we go out on our day off, we don't order. We actually
You eat fast food when you're out.
eat at a restaurant.
Yeah, fast food.
So it's not super often or anything like that. Although admittedly, it may even be more often than the average person. I don't know how much people are really ordering in. Okay.
They're not ordering in twice a week.
Okay. Here's what I can tell you. It's way more expensive because number one, just the base cost of any food you order is marked up. So for example, today we're going to be ordering
Yeah, no shit. It's called profit. Why do we need to have this discussion? Oh, but fast food places make money. Yeah, no shit. We know.
Shake Shack for DSP Tries It. And I'm going to do a burger, the chicken bites, and a shake, right? Every single one of these is marked up a significant amount. Like the burger is like $13 and change. I guarantee you if you get it at the store, it's like $10.
He always to say and
So they're
change.
marking it up.
DSP always has to put some
Multiple
bullshit.
dollars. You know, that's
He's
probably,
such like...
a fourth of the cost of the item.
You can tell how DSP's
25%
like...
markup.
He's
Just
so
on each
cringe
individual
and
item.
corny.
Then,
Like he has to add
depending on
filler
if
to
you're
a
part of
sentence
the
to make
subscription
himself
program
sound
or
like...
not, they're
I don't
gonna
know, it's
charge
like he has to...
fees on top
It's
of
like
the
he's trying to
markup
sound
for the
more
delivery
wordy.
service.
$13 and change?
Okay.
No one needs to hear that, old man.
In your cart.
This fucking boomer
So the more
terminology.
you order,
$13
the
and
more you
change?
pay.
No
I'm
one
gonna have that
cares.
too.
Just tell us how
I
much
decided
it
to order a
is.
feast for my
No one
family.
wants your
I spent
word
$20.
salads.
Oh, now there's
$13 and
$15
change?
fee on top of
Sentence
that.
enhancers
For
is a
what?
good way of putting it.
What extra
$13
service are
and
you
change?
providing to me
No one cares.
because I ordered more food. Zero. Nothing. but they charge more anyway because they just do. Okay? Then on top of that, there's a driver. And the driver has to deliver your food, and you actually have to tip the driver. So there's a markup on everything you're buying. Then there's another fee that makes no sense whatsoever. And then there's the tip. So if you were to actually go to the store and buy the food, for example, today, if I were to drive all the way to Shake Shack, which is pretty far away from me, and buy the burger and the bites and the shake, probably, I would guess, I'd probably get them all for under 20 bucks. But because I'm going to order them delivery today because I'll be streaming and I need it delivered so I don't have to stop the stream and go drive half an hour and drive half an hour back, I'm probably, no exaggeration, going to end up paying $20 extra. So I'm going to pay almost double to get this food delivered to me today for the DSP Tries It show. Okay? So this is really crazy that people are doing it regularly. Someone who said, I don't cook, I just order. Are you insane? Are you actually fucking crazy? There's literally no justification for doing that besides the convenience of having the meal made for you and the fact that you're too lazy to make your own food.
Wow.
Now, I get it. You might argue, well, Phil, you're ordering Shake Shack today. You can't make Shake Shack at home. Fair enough, you're right. I couldn't make the Korean barbecue menu from Shake Shack at home. I have to get it from the store. It's something unique, right? But if you're ordering every single meal delivered, likely you're ordering more commonplace things than just the Shake Shack special menu like I'm doing today for DSP Tries It. And in addition, let's be honest, most meals that you would order for delivery are unhealthy, okay? Not to say that there aren't healthy options. There aren't like vegan restaurants or vegetarian places, or you can get like a salad, or they do have heart-healthy menus, smart menus at restaurants where you can get like chicken breast or, you know, lighter options with less oil and less grease and less cheese and less fat. I get that, right? But that's not common. That's the exception to the rule. Oh, and by the way, the healthier options are even more expensive to order from a restaurant. Optimally, what
he gets that, by the way,
is have a rotation of meals that you can make at home that are easy to make, but are flavorful and healthy for you. And if you are someone who lives alone, that you can make in batches. Right?
Flavorful.
You can make a big amount of it, and then you can portion that out, so you're not cooking.
He doesn't do that.
Day. Some days you can take a break.
They don't do that
because you made enough for multiple meals. Okay, that's
he doesn't do that.
Way to do it. Now, not everyone can do that. Personally, when I was a bachelor and I was single and I was a YouTuber, I found it actually pretty frustrating because number one, there was no delivery services back then, so I had to drive to the restaurants to get the food. And I looked into cooking and I tried cooking, and it was too time consuming. It was actually too much of a mess to have to clean up the kitchen every day after cooking just for me. It just wasn't worth it. So yeah, I found myself driving to local fast food places almost daily in order to eat when I was a YouTuber back in those early days, like 10, 15 years ago. Okay? Today, I'm happily married, right? My wife is a great cook. She's
not.
Very healthy meals to make for us.
Oh, yeah, my wife is a great cook. I've seen that fucking shit that your wife cooks, bro.
Have a variety of them that we can variate between, and it's worked out. I mean, you could tell just from the weight loss and how much more healthy I am. So that's the ideal, but not everyone has the ideal situation. You know what I mean?
What you mean, like people are single and they have to go out to work and they have to commute sometimes up to an hour there and an hour back. Then they have to make their own fucking food. And they do it all on their own, single, as a man or a woman, and they cook themselves. And sometimes they can't afford to do that, or sometimes it's too hard. This is amazing takes from DSP.
I mean, I'm okay. If, like, for example, if you're someone who maybe once or twice a week, you don't have the means.
You have the means, though.
To keep making meals every day. You don't have the time.
You do, though, but you do. You do.
You just need something fast.
Every single day, you're free between the hours of 4 and 8.
I get it. Ordering the food once or twice a week.
Every single day.
That makes sense to me. But literally ordering every meal that you eat delivery, number one,
yeah, it takes effort.
Blowing insane amounts of money. Like I just said, you're paying almost double for every meal. That's nuts. that anyone would think in a rational mindset that's what I should be doing, pay double for my food. Quite frankly, it's laziness and it's convenience that it's just installed convenience. And what I mean by that is people have gotten to the point where they just think it's commonplace. They've normalized not putting effort into anything and getting instant gratification. But that's not how life works. In life, you need to work hard to earn something good. So if you want to be healthy and you want to be happy, you got to work for it. It doesn't just get handed to you. So you have to learn how to cook. You have to learn how to go shop properly.
You can't do that!
Ingredients, make the batched meals so you're not cooking every day. You know what
But he doesn't do that, and he has never done that. He doesn't do that, and he has never done that. DSP thinks because he started eating a few less calories, still eats fast food twice a week, has his fat retard wife cooking frozen pizza and burgers, and because it's freshly cooked, as in it didn't come from a fast food place, he thinks that that's like healthy. And now not only that, after that and working out for about 10 seconds in his fucking spare room with some shitty 25-pound dumbbells, he's also going to tell us all about lifting weights and building muscle, because we know all about that now as well. So we know all about fast food, nutrition, and muscular development now. DSP can never really be humble about anything, can he? He does this fake humble shit like, I'm only beginner. He always like pretends that he's like, when it suits him, so he can't be called on his knowledge. When it suits him, then he'll play dumb. Oh yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. But when he wants to make a point or he wants to seem superior, then he'll just go on a hardcore as if he's like a fucking expert about all this shit and speak from a place of authority as if he has any at all.
I'm saying? But people just want instant everything. I want any effort. I just want it now. And I want it immediately. So I'll just pay out the ass for it. And these people are eating these meals every day, and they're becoming incredibly unhealthy. By the way, my camera.
Stop looking at the fucking scale.
One of the most unique individuals on the web.
Stop looking at the scale.
Follow his streams.
And I tell you, as it gets harder, the scale, the weight loss will get slower. The weight loss will get slower. Stop looking at the scale. I don't even want you to stand on the scale in like the next 3 months. I don't care. I don't care. There's no first of the month weigh-in. You've got enough extra. I would say that you've got enough extra that because it's working, just keep doing what you're doing. And in a couple of months, you're going to notice it in different ways. Like you're going to put a t-shirt on and you're going to go, that's what we want. With the scale, it will start to slow down and you'll be like, and it's gonna get to you. But it's clearly working. It's clearly working. So you need to just fuck the scale off for the next like literally 3 months, and then we're gonna notice when your clothes start fitting differently. That's gonna be the real kicker. Your clothes are gonna start fitting different. Trust me. You were supposed to what? Kiss his ass. Well, I mean, I've already told him he's doing good. It's already working. But I don't want him to be autistically checking the scale every month and worrying about the number. That's what I don't want. I don't want him getting disheartened because the scale doesn't quite go down as much as he wants, because it's a whole mental thing with him. I don't want him looking at the scale going, oh, I wanted more. Oh, I wanted 5 kilos or whatever. I just want him for the next few months to stay in this rhythm that he's in now. He's getting hungry, but he's going to the gym. He's feeling good. He's like, yeah, I'm just doing it. I'm doing it. If you do that for 3 months, when you get on the scale and it says you've lost another 5 to 10 kilos, that's still good improvement. And the time has passed like that. You didn't think about it. You're like, oh, well, I've worked pretty hard these 3 months. Yeah, okay, it's gone down. That's decent. 5, 10, whatever. Keep going. That's what I want. Month by month, there's more chance for you to get like demotivated. If you're checking month by month, there's more time for you to get demotivated. That's what we don't want. We don't want you to get demotivated. He is doing good. He is doing good. He knows it already. Is this the most you've ever lost in, like, since you actually tried starting all this stuff? Is this the most you've ever lost? What did you tell me first? It was not a small amount. It was a few kilos, wasn't it? Yeah, just don't. I'm not saying, listen, I'm not saying we don't need it. 2 kilos, see? 2 kilos. That's a lot of weight, GPM. Do you want to see how much that is visually? That's 2 kilos. These dusty old 1 kilo plates. That's a lot. That's fucking... it's not heavy. That's not light. That's not light. That's a lot of fat. Yeah? So what we're doing... So what we're doing is working. Whatever you're doing... everything you're doing is working. Okay? It's nice and slow and steady. The reason we don't want to look at the scale is because we don't want to look at the scale in a month, see that you've only lost half a kilo, and be all like and annoyed with yourself. Yeah? If we give it 3 months, it gives you longer to get into the routine and used to being hungry. Longer to lose a little bit more weight so that when you next look at the scale, there's more visible change. And less chance that, like I said, you're going to get demotivated. If we look in 3 months and you've lost, let's say, another 2 kilos, right? That's still good, but we can also see that it's not enough. Or that if you want to, like, keep going and then you're like, do you know what? I've done this for 3 months. I'm used to being hungry. I'm used to this. I can clip my diet a little bit more. Then you've still made progress, even if it's not as much as you might have wanted. You've still made noticeable progress in those months' time. You've gotten more used to the diet and the stress of training and the hunger, and it gives us more of a chance to then look at it and say, okay, now we'll take another 100 calories out of your what's name every day. Now we take 100 calories out. Now we take 100 calories out. I mean, you can go to the gym, like. You can if I don't want to mess and say you can eat or you can do this or you can do that. You can have a small snack before you go to the gym, or like an electrolyte drink, or you can time it so that something you would have had in the evening, say that you would have had a snack on stream very late, you can change the time up so that you can have something small before you go to the gym to feel a bit satiated, have a bit more energy, and then forego that much later. Or if, let's say you have a snack at night or a bar or whatever else and you count it and it's 200 or 300 calories. If you cut that in half, 150, or 200 before the gym, 100 after, however you want to do it, you can still mess with where in the day you're doing stuff. Like, you can still do that. Oh no, this is for GPM, Dog's playing. DSP ain't doing none of this. But what you're doing is working. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. What you're doing is working, and it's right now sustainable, even for you. Even for you, it's sustainable because you've been doing it for what, like a month now? Month, 5 weeks, 6 weeks? It's sustainable. Okay, so even though it's hard, it's sustainable. That's why I don't want you to look at the scale and be counting every half a kilo, every 0.3, because you're going to get demotivated because it takes a long time. But even though it takes a long time, it's working because you're losing weight. So we check again in 3 months, or let's say we look in March. Let's say we look in March and you've lost another 2 kilos. That's good. That's good. 2 kilos, another 2 kilos in another 2 months, 4 overall, is really fucking good. Okay, which means the weight's still coming off, even if it's slowed down a little bit. It means that your current levels of food, your current like calorie intake, you're losing weight, and you're going to the gym, and you're building a routine. You haven't got to go harder yet. You haven't got to get even more extreme with the diet or do more cardio because you're still losing weight. So you can still go for longer in the year, Get more used to it. Same diet. We'll lose a little bit more. We'll lose a little bit more. Let's say in 7 months it starts to get a bit slower. Let's say in July, August, you're there and you check and you go, well, it doesn't really feel like I've lost anything this month. I've still been eating less. I've not really, it doesn't seem like, it's slowing down. Then we fuck with the diet a little bit, okay? Then we go, all right, for the next 2 or 3 months, it's going to be harder. We'll take 100 calories out a day. Or we'll say, okay, but this week you need to plan, go to the gym and do extra X amount of cardio, an extra 20 minutes a day or an extra 60 minutes for the entire week or something like that. That's when we mess with the levels. And we go, okay, we put in more cardio or we take out a little bit more food. Then we look at the numbers again. And then if it keeps working, then you don't look at the numbers for longer. Because you're like, okay, we've adjusted, it's working. Then 2-3 months, you track again and you check. That's how you do it. There's nothing wrong, intrinsically wrong with checking the scale to see progress. I'm not saying you're being weird about it. It's not like that. I just know you a little bit. And I know that if you keep looking at the scale and it starts to get slower and slower, and some days, depending on what you've eaten or your body water or whatever, it looks like you've gone up or you haven't changed at all, you'll get demotivated and you'll get annoyed because you want it all yesterday. But you're going to get it. You just got to stay the course like this. You're doing everything right. You're doing everything right. You're doing everything right. Literally.
Becoming incredibly unhealthy. They're sitting around every single meal eating this crazy stuff that never should they have been eating to begin with. Right? This is not even stuff that's good for their bodies. Yet they're putting it into their bodies every meal. And then they're paying double for it. And that's America. Like, I mean...
That's America? What? And that's America. Yeah, fast food. What? How did he get there? How did he get there? And that's America. Like, you want to talk about... Yeah, he thinks he's like elevated. Like, I mean, I get it. There's a lot of stupid people in the UK as well, but like, we're all, don't get it twisted, DSP. We're all working class, mate. You're just the same as us. I heard your mum talk. Your mum is as working class as they come. Like, don't. Hello. Old Patty and Selma. And at 5, we watch MacGyver. Oh, good jump, Homer, jump.
It's funny because brings us up.
I say, I am Homer, the lonely dog, but in a dog voice.
All the time. One of my wife's favorite animated movies of all time.
Here's what?
Did you ever see the movie? So the premise of Wall-E.
Oh, good jump, Homer, jump. Right.
Wall-E is a robot that wakes up in a post-apocalyptic future, but it doesn't know what its purpose is. It's like confused. And so it starts to search around for what am I here for? You know, what am I, you know? And as it searches the environment, okay, what it finds is that all humans have become completely lazy, fat blobs. Not kidding.
What's he talking about?
Movie. They sit there in a chair, and the chair just
Wall-E.
does everything for them.
Why is this? You know, this film's like 20 years old now.
Brushes their teeth. It commands everything around them. Like, basically, the human body doesn't even do anything
And it's a
anymore.
kid's film.
The brain just kind of controls everything remotely, and you don't have to do anything with any effort whatsoever. That's your life.
Oh, this is going to make me sad.
Pinky has
Why is there a
autism.
muscular man screaming?
Oh my God, 3 hours ago.
The British state has become the enemy of the electorate. I do. I think they have.
Is there something darker going
Oh, I got to watch this later.
outside of the control of even both those parties that's allowing this?
Oh, bro. Is it called... There's the one scene... Define dancing, that's it. Oh, bro. YouTube, you're going to get clipped, I'm sorry. Oh. Chat, in 2 weeks, my daughter's going to be 15. But like 12 years ago... 12 years ago, mate, I used to sit in the front room with her and watch this all day long. Day after day after day. Day after day after day. With my first daughter, she absolutely loved it. She loved it, mate. I like this one. Oh, that's what I like Wally too.
Wally.
Getting old sucks, man. Very bittersweet thing.
Oh, so many stars. Oh. Hey! Hey, that's what's his name?
Hey, what the?
Look at that.
What? Hey, I know that guy. It's Wally. That's it. Hey, Wally. Hey, it's your buddy John. Hey. Hi.
Hi.
It's Gat. I think isn't that Jennifer Aniston? The guy is the pig from Toy Story.
Hoedown.
Hoedown, a social gathering at which lively dancing would take place.
Auto Earth is amazing. These are called farms. Humans will put seeds in the ground, pour water on them.
Yeah, the captain has to get up out of the chair.
Psst, computer. Define dancing.
Dancing, a series of movements involving two partners where speed and rhythm match harmoniously with music.
Oh man, what a movie! Did we get clips on YouTube? How did we not get clip watching that? And I don't know how we didn't get spiked watching that. That was lovely. All of a sudden, I felt like I was, I don't know, 27 again. I was in my late 20s and I was living not in this house. And my first little girl was learning how to walk and watching that, loving life. And things in this country were not like they are now. Not at all.
Jobs, not kidding. That's the plot of the movie. They sit there in a chair, and the chair just does everything for them. It bathes them. It feeds them. It brushes their teeth. It commands everything around them. Like, basically, the human body doesn't even do anything anymore. The brain just kind of controls everything remotely, and you don't have to...
That's not true. They're touching stuff and speaking to the robots.
do anything with any effort whatsoever. That's your life. But what's happened is, because everything became automated and easy, the entire world ended. Like, no one could actually do anything, so everything fell apart, and now we're in an apocalypse.
Okay.
Right? And it's funny because I don't think the movie was meant to be prophetic in any way, but here we are in 2026, and look what we've got going on around us, right?
You know, in the movie, they also, again, have to leave Earth because there's rubbish everywhere.
We've got people who are spending 1/3 or more of their income on DoorDash delivery food every day because they don't want to be bothered to learn how to cook.
But again, what? Who is this? What? Where was this article written? Is this just like in some student community in a city? Like that? Do you know what I'm saying? Like what people are these among, like, again, students or like single dudes living in like New York? Like, maybe, who knows? Hang on, computer, look up Lord of the Lost. What? Is the lead singer? No, definitely not.
Right? We've got cars that are starting to self-drive, so you won't even know how to get yourself around anymore. And we got AI that's doing important things for us that we should know how to do for ourselves, now doing all these tasks.
Yeah, but we won't, though. But that's the point. That's the point. Look, that's going to annoy him. You do realise you're describing yourself. That's going to annoy him. But that's not true, though, is it? Like, that's not true. Because automation has always been a thing. Technological advancement has always been a thing. They used to have these people in the 1800s, wasn't it, called Luddites? Or the 1700s, I'm not sure. Who would go and, like, smash up printing presses because they didn't agree with a machine or a press taking over work that a man used to do, like that a calligrapher or a scribe would do. And then you had the invent of the printing press and stuff like that. Horses were replaced by cars. Boats were replaced by better boats. Oars were replaced by engines, you know? Like, it's just ridiculous. He's saying AI things those things we're not going to have to need to do now. There's going to be other things we need to learn how to do. Like, you either adapt or get behind is correct, Mr. Japiapian. There's an interesting, I always remember this quote. There's a great quote in Deadwood. If you've seen the series Deadwood, it's very good. I recommend you watch it. There's the character in that called Al Swearingen, the saloon owner, played by the amazing Ian McShane. And there's this one part where he says, "Change ain't looking for friends. Change calls the tune we dance to." And it's true. Because once you have something that big and it's undeniable, you can't say, "Oh, this is stupid. We should be doing it another way." Even if that's true. If everyone's adopting it, they're spending billions and billions on AI, dude. It's getting integrated into everything around us already. The things with the websites we use, our shops, the places we go, everything we interact with is going to now start having AI integrated into some part of it. You know, it's just, this is the future. The same way people did it with the internet. The same way with the mobile phone network. As you said, better cars, all this stuff. Once technology advances, then it gets integrated into business and into daily life. Well, yeah, exactly. Really?
Like, did you not fucking see Wall-E? Like, hey, I got an idea. Why don't we find dinosaur DNA and start mass cloning dinosaurs and just throw them into the streets and see what happens? Anyway, yeah, pretty messed up. And no Pavlov's dogma, you retard. I'm not describing myself in any way, shape, or form. I eat healthy. I work out. I literally just explained how at most I order delivery twice a week.
Which is way more than most people. Big ups, Riohan.
Usually it's once a week, if that, because sometimes I go out and eat with my wife.
Which is the same thing. Fast food, convenience food.
On our days off, we don't order the food.
That's the same thing.
You're a retard. But thanks for the super chat, retard.
Wow, that really got to him. Did you see that?
The one article or the one comment.
Wow, bruv is bringing the article up. This is DSP just lives on Twitter, bro. This is his world. Twitter is DSP's world. This is DSP's world, man. Literally. This is his entire universe, Twitter. This is where he gets his opinions. This is where he gets everything. Absolutely everything, mate.
Someone had made, okay? Which was the one that I actually wanted to use.
Look at that fade.
But it's
Oh, my
not there
Lord. Look at the state of the air.
anymore. Who knows, you know, was what's happened is now we have a generation of people, younger people, who, to them, this kind of behavior is normalized. They never grew up in a situation where they had to work for everything. That stuff was hard to get.
Bro, DSP is a product.
So
this is a guy talking about this behavior is normalized, where DSP every day sits on a camera, does the bare minimum, and basically begs for money. And he thinks that's normal. And in this society, that has kind of become normalized, to just sit on the internet with very little talent and just panhandle. That's become normalized. Like a dog. They told me your father begged for mercy. Begged. Like a dog. Oh, like a dog.
Them, it's normalized to spend a third of your income for food delivery. They're like, what are you talking about? That's correct. That's
yeah,
fine.
sort your hair out.
But that's why we're upset that food cost is going up. It's like, yeah, but if food cost is going up, then you're supposed to find ways to cut corners and save money. Not just
DSP doesn't do this at all.
just sit around complaining that the cost of food went up.
DSP is the last person to cut corners on anything. DSP always buys expensive shit. He always gets suckered into buying the more expensive version of the thing. Always. Even down to like the fucking cables he buys and shit. Speak for yourself.
So instead of ordering the food, start making your own meals. Oh, no. No. What are you talking about?
He doesn't do that either. You don't do that either.
That's how I live, and I'm justified. I should be able to, because, well, number one, aren't you aware that I'm employing someone? Someone has a job because of me, because I'm ordering all of my food. I always tip well.
His whole
Right,
chatter
so
basically shitting on him as well.
That's fine, you know, that's good. And my palate has been expanded. I have cultural respect for everyone now because I've had their cuisines, and I like
Let's move on past that. Let's move on past that.
their cuisines now.
Let's
like,
move
they'll
on past that.
justify the bad behavior, even though it's obviously apparent that the bad behavior is self-created.
Let's just get
but
past
they grew
that.
up like this, so to them this is normal stuff. You know, it's like, that's crazy to me that
Lance Catamaran.
there's an entire generation of people who like don't understand
Bowser,
how
how
to
you doing?
survive for yourself because everything's become so automated that now you just, you know what I mean? Like, you just pay for everything. Like, well, I eternally have no money, but it's because I'm constantly dumping all of my money on this nonsense. I'm paying double for every meal because I'm too lazy to learn how to make my own at home. Even though it's easy to do, it just takes a little bit of effort and research. And stop being so goddamn lazy. And again, for the record, I just want you to understand, I am not criticizing anyone who uses these services, you know, within reason or moderation. That's not what that New York Times article
It sounds
is about.
like you are.
That's about people who literally have created an automated life, and then they complain that they don't have money. But then when they analyze their financials, it's like, yeah, but you're spending a third of your income for food delivery. Like, what are you talking about? Well, I mean, that's true, too. This person says they don't have money because they don't have real careers. That's sad to say. That's just a big thing happening in the United States right now, is most of the career jobs are gone. Most of the career jobs have left. They've gone to other countries, or they've almost become like this elitist group of people get them, and they just stay within that group. Most normal Americans struggle to get a job that you could even call a career. Sorry, working 2 to 3 fast food jobs and juggling them isn't a career. sorry, working at a retail job where you're expendable and they cut your hours and you don't even work enough to get health care, that's not a career. These are supposed to be jobs that a kid has as like a starter job to get you started in life.
The SP talking about the job market is just so obnoxious. Because he's not had a job for 20 years. He's literally not had a job for 20 years. And just talking to your fat wife does not count.
And to prepare you for your real career, the problem is the careers are gone. They don't exist anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just not there. So if there's no careers, how are people ever supposed to actually have a real life?
And you're right, Juzzy. Same here.
That is true in the United States. I will say that. If the jobs were better, if the way the country was being run was bringing in more business, where people.
He has no idea. He has no idea what he's talking about. DSP, how things are going in America versus the rest of the world, like you have no idea. The job market. Yes, Perez, they do. And in a lot of places they did it and basically undercut. In a lot of industries, a lot of the migrant work undercut, or at least not necessarily undercut, but they're able to offer them lower wages for the same job. And it's priced out and affected a lot of the, not all the, obviously the low end and like manual labour and things like that. But yeah. So now companies don't have to offer as competitive of a wage sometimes. But, you know, it's not the only issue when it comes to like jobs themselves. It's just saturated in general, whatever the money is.
People could actually have better quality jobs, right? Then it wouldn't be a big deal. Yeah.
Well, what the fuck is a better bro? That
you're actually making really good money, then who cares what you're spending for food delivery? But that's the problem, is these people are playing, you know, one of the people in the article, the New York Times article, they're like data entry, and they made $50,000 a year, and then they looked at their income, they spent like $15,000 a year on food delivery. That's just insane. Seriously, that's wildly insane. There's no job shortage, says someone. Okay, here's the truth. There is no job shortage. The jobs are just jobs that no one would ever want, nor would you have a career or make a living doing. Again, right now, if you look out at the vast majority of jobs that are posting actively for the job market.
What is he? When's the last time he looked at a job vacancies? When's the last time he looked at job vacancies? And again, what would she be looking at? The same shit.
You're going to find two things. The ones that are real, okay, are service industry, fast food, disposable hourly jobs. That's the vast majority of jobs that you can find job postings for in the United States right now, okay? The other ones don't exist. I'm not kidding. What these companies have now done is they actively have AI posting up job openings when they don't have job openings. What this then does, it makes people think the illusion that everyone's hiring, and then they all apply for these jobs, but no one's hiring. what they then do is they take your information and they put it into this giant pool of applicants.
That happens in some places.
And this pool just sits there, untouched for ages, until finally, oh, look, someone actually left, or maybe we fired someone, and we actually do need someone for one of these good jobs. Well, now you have literally a pool of hundreds of applicants who've applied for the last 6 months to a year, and now you just start calling people out of there to see if anyone still wants the job, and you have a ridiculous amount of applicants to go from. That's actually how this is all working now in the United States. The job postings that you see out there for the, office job, career job, they don't exist. The jobs aren't real. You have to wait and hopefully get a call back a year fucking later if you applied. If they deem that you're even qualified enough for the job, who knows? It's insane. That's how things are run now in the United States. My wife a few years ago, okay? She was applying for different jobs. Okay?
There we go.
And she, to this day, gets calls from places she applied to 3 years ago. They'll call her out of the blue. Hi, we saw that you applied. If you're interested, please call us back. We'd like to schedule an interview. I applied in 2022. What the fuck is this? Are you crazy? That's how it runs now. Oh, I know a lot more than you think I do. The thing is, I just, I don't talk about this stuff unless something comes up. And we just happen to have
Oh, yeah.
Nothing going on. So we start, random topic, right? But I know a hell of a lot about a lot of things.
No, you don't. Oh, I know the hell about a lot of things.
Have gay relationships.
Yeah, sure you do, bro.
Gender option. I don't care. Like, okay. Here's the truth. I said this before. I'll say it again. I think everyone has a right to be happy, right? I don't care what you identify as. Personally, I just don't care. I don't care if you're straight or gay. I don't care if you're bi. I don't care if you're male, female. If you think you're a combination of the two. If you're transitioning.
Cringe.
I don't give a shit. I really don't. I think everyone has a right to be happy, okay? But
Please
in that
don't.
case, don't force stuff down other people's throats. You understand what I'm saying? So you should be whatever you want and identify however you want. Just don't bother other people around.
Don't do that.
Right? It's that simple. So I don't care that the options are in the game.
Don't do
But
that.
if there's a whole segment of the game where you're forcefully discussing it, that's going to annoy me. You see what I'm saying? So for example, Dragon Age Veilguard. I don't care that there was a trans character in the game. No one gives a shit. But the fact that they actually put a segment in the game about how that person was misgendered, and then you had to apologize and pull a barf and do push-ups to apologize for misgendering them, that fucking is stupid. You understand? That's the difference. So I don't care that there's non-binary genders and things in Tomodachi Life. Let them be.
I don't care.
I don't have to use them. I could choose to use them or not use them as I feel appropriate. That's the beauty of life, is choice, right? So everyone go ahead and be happy. Just stop shoving shit down other people's throats that maybe they don't want to do or don't want to discuss or don't want to be involved in, because they have the right to decide that or not for themselves, right? Do they not? So there you go. That's my opinion. So if really the controversy around it just is in the game, I think that's stupid. I don't think that's a big deal at all. In life, more is better than less. So better to have more options than less.
What?
No. You don't have to use those options.
Is more
You could
disease
choose to
better than
ignore
less?
them if you want nothing to do with them. But I don't see the problem with them just existing, right? I don't. DJ Trump says, I'd rather spend my money on my favorite streamers than go to a sports ball game. Oh, cool. So who are you going to spend your money on? Not me, I know. But who will you spend your money on? Who's your favorite streamer?
I got the drip going. 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 I got the drip going.
Closet in home. I imagine. I love that. If that was like a thing. They found out when he was like going out to run
Talking
errands.
Tiger, for real, I want you to think about what you just said. You're watching a replay.
Uh-oh.
All right, on the internet of a fighting game. The replay is based on what the server thinks you pushed. Okay?
He's
but
annoyed.
that's representative of their netcode. Because remember, the server does all kinds of bullshit with rollback netcode, trying to determine who pushed what, and then it tries to rectify that on the fly. And so whenever the netcode drops an input,
Uh-oh.
it's not recorded. It's not. So every single person who watches the replays to try to learn something and is looking at the button inputs, you're wasting your time. It's 100%. I know the guy who wrote Rollback Netcode. I played it when it was in beta. Okay? This was in the mid-2000s. As I was playing it, I noticed.
Here we go. This is literally, I just clicked on the live stream. This is going to be good.
The game looked smooth, but a lot of the times I was doing moves and my move would completely not happen. I'd press a button. The button would not activate. And when I spoke to the guy who made this netcode, and I said, is it true that this netcode drops inputs in order to make the game look good online? He said, yes. And I said, why would you want that in a competitive game? And he said, because we want it to look good so we can sell it and make money.
So is this slander? Or defamation or whatever they call it? He's just putting words in this dude's mouth now. I mean, the guy, you know, no one cares. I'm just, you know. Because that's a word he throws around all of the time.
That's what I was actually told by the person who invented.
Yeah, sure you were, bro. That's exactly what he said to you.
We don't want you talking about this publicly. They actually banned me from SureYouCan.com for doing this.
Yeah, sure.
He said, we can't have you talking about this publicly because we are trying to make money and we need to sell this netcode even though it drops the inputs. It looks nice and that's what these game developers want. So we need you to shut up. He says, I don't believe you.
Yeah, sure.
I don't care if you believe me. I'm telling you it happened.
Yeah, sure.
To make it up. I'm not telling you I'm the best player at Street Fighter. I'm not. I'm not even good at this point, in my opinion. I'm telling you what happened in the mid-2000s between me and the person who wrote the rollback netcode. He outright admitted that it drops inputs frequently to make the game look good. And he wanted to make money. And then he banned me from SRK. So it literally doesn't matter what you believe or not. I'm telling you the fact.
Again, if he talks like this is the sort of thing that gets back to these people.
Rollback netcode is open source and free. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm telling you what happened in the mid-2000s with the person who wrote it and originally was beta testing it and had all the SRK people play it. And I gave him this feedback publicly and he banned me. And then I took him to task and I had it in a chat. I said, dude, why would you do that? And he said, because we're trying to make money. I said, so you don't want people to know the truth about the rollback netcode? No.
Eyes up.
Oh, okay.
Systems hot. We're not here for a tour. Securing Zone A. Zone Alpha captured. Locking down Bravo.
This guy is something else, isn't he?
Bravo is ours.
Sure, I didn't shoot that guy.
He really is something else.
I totally never hit him.
He really is.
Authorizing UAV mission. Bringing SAM turret online. Priming Semtex.
God, this game looks so trash now.
On target. UAV standing by.
Securing C.
The guild off my ass.
I did not want to swap weapons. I was actually trying to call UAV. Ha ha ha.
Look at this.
I absolutely agree. I need to stop trying to interrupt block strings.
You got people running around in Fallout jumpsuits.
Trying to figure out where's the opening, or is it literally non-stop attacks for free, which I don't agree with. In no fighting game should there be a character that can non-stop attack and never have a time that you can interrupt them.
You got like,
But I
bro,
will agree
this
with you
is
there. I do
so
try to interrupt block
stupid
strings
now. This
all the
game.
time, and I pay for it.
We're losing Alpha.
This, look at this.
All locations are ours. Hell yeah.
UAV available for tasking. TACOM, get me a UAV. TACOM, release skewer on mission.
UAV above. Sensors are capture your objective.
No, Neo's never been on Xbox.
Losing B.
Station establishing SAM turret.
Neo's never been on Xbox. None of them.
UAV MTL 50%.
Taking A.
UAV zero fuel. Returning to base.
Great shooting, DSP.
Almost
Oh
a
my
triple kill there.
lord.
Damn, dude, I'm doing so good today in this. Dude, I got it again.
Rockets dropping.
I got a double bow. I got another bow. Oh, no, that's bullshit. There was a turret on our fucking spawn. Dude, there's a turret on our fucking spawn.
We lost C.
I won't lie. Hunter killer's going hot.
I mean, I can't speak on
There's a
Fortnite,
turret on our spawn. What were we supposed to do about that?
but
That's awful.
I've played
Hostiles releasing
COD
skewer.
multiplayer because I'm fucking old cunt. Well, I'm old enough. I used to play on the PC COD 1 and fucking 2. I've been playing these games online since literally the first one.
Whoa!
and it was
Oh my
always
God,
so
it was
fucking
point blank
fun.
in their face.
This and Battlefield were always like so goated back then.
Enemy UAV
The new
detected.
Battlefield's okay.
Oh my God, is that the turret? The turret shot me from that fucking far.
These out, all this
Oh
stuff.
my
COD
God.
is just a joke now. I've not played a COD game for years.
Losing A.
Fuck out of my face.
All locations locked down.
I've not played a new COD multiplayer for years because they're just like, it's not the same game anymore. It's just an arcade shooter now. It's completely different. This is like what
outside.
Quake was back then, you know?
Losing
Whereas Quake and all them games are dead now.
I couldn't kill them. Oh my God, whatever.
But it weren't always like this.
What is that? What the fuck's that noise? Jesus.
TACOM, get me a UAV.
Oh, Bravo lost.
They're all wearing Fallout outfits, man. This is so trash. They're all wearing fucking Fallout outfits, man. What is this?
Securing B.
This is just,
B locked down.
man.
Securing Alpha.
Objective capture in progress. Bingo eliminated. Trigger discipline. Really wants it.
Location secure.
Nice.
That's what I'm talking about.
Take the authorizing skewer. Don't waste it.
Losing B.
Fire, fucker.
Holy shit.
We lost B. We're losing Charlie.
Oh,
Perimeter established. Angel 7.
Underway on Bravo. Come on. We've lost Charlie.
Shot kilo fueled and standing by.
Watch dog Kilo.
50%.
Now we're talking.
Bravo zone secure.
Station approved. Dog
cringe.
hostiles have neutralized your watchdog.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
they took it out. You dicks.
Package on my beacon.
Losing Bravo.
Watchdog kilo has been eliminated. Station established.
I couldn't kill. Dude, I killed so many this game. It's absolutely ridiculous. Look at my kill death ratio. Holy shit. Yo, it's one of the best games I've ever played in this game.
B secure.
Oh my God.
Embarrassing.
Thermark authorizing Hellstorm deploy.
Yeah, we can. Oh, whatever. I'm not even getting into it, DSP. Just get on with it.
Authorizing UAV mission.
Bro, when we were playing Battlefield, you'd have a good game. You look at the scoreboard at the end and be like, yeah, that was sick. And it's like, what, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Normally when we're like,
Almost another
we was
kill.
playing
That should've
together as
been.
well, so we were in like
That
the top
should've
squad.
been.
And then you're like, okay, next game.
Securing
Here, talk about this like tomorrow. I love that. We're going to reminisce now.
Semtex.
That's a grenade, bitch.
TACOM,
We're gonna reminisce about this now. This is a moment.
See these headshots? Holy shit. Almost another one. Wow.
Losing B.
Look, he's so G'd up. It's like Stevie. Great day, yeah, great day. I'm doing better. I'm kicking ass. My new setup.
Keep the kills back.
Where'd they even come from?
Losing A.
I'm doing better. I'm kicking ass. But people don't want it. It's disheartening.
Lost Alpha.
The stream did not go well.
They're taking C.
Semtex arm. Takes an authorizing skewer.
Nothing I can do because they're in the building and they're spawning in there.
Losing Bravo. Taking Alpha.
Nothing he could do.
Securing Zone A.
Nonsense. Complete fucking nonsense. How did that miss?
Losing B. All locations are ours. Hell yeah. We're losing Alpha.
Authorizing UAV mission.
Double kill! Oh, yo! Again, look dominating, dude.
Black Ops.
Absolutely crushing and dominating.
See? You can't just say, well, that's a pretty good game. I'm dominating, dude.
Absolute domination on domination. It just sucks they took out my chopper. Wow. Good stuff. Second place, baby. All right.
Oh my
thanks, Quantum
god,
Whisper
he's
for
so cringe.
$2 Canadian, which is about $1 American. And thanks, Brutus Riverchip for $2, saying something about belly talk is not bad. Thanks for the stream, Darkside. I don't know what belly talk means, but okay. Thanks for the super chat. All right. We got time for 1 to 2 more matches on this stream. So that was what, $3? 3 more bucks of support, guys. Come on, let's go. If you've enjoyed me completely destroying the opposition all day long in Black Ops 7, let's get some support.
Give me some money. If you like this.
Excuse me. Okay. Can we eat food now? It's not here. I can't eat food that's not here. No, I'm done with Arc Raiders. We played it for 2 months. It ran its course. People are bored of it, so we're not doing Arc Raiders anymore. I did hear that there's a new mode coming to Arc Raiders maybe in March, a PvE mode where there's no PvP at all. It's just people teaming up against robots, similar to, say, Helldivers. I would check that out when it comes out, because that'll at least be something fresh.
Okay.
Excuse me. They want me to get eliminations with the secondary now? All right. So I'm just going to use my handgun now. I'm going to try to get a bunch of kills with my handgun.
He smells money for that too.
Okay. Could be an interesting map to do it on.
The kill took the hard point. Hard point. Secure the objective. Enemy UAV detected.
Okay. Whatever you say. Right off the bat, an awful response to my fire.
Good, we're already annoyed.
Enemy dog established on your grid.
Awful. Awful. You saw the lag. I'm firing. No hit detection, even though I'm shooting straight at them.
Hard point located.
Great. A dog lands in front of me. So I'm probably not going to have a good kill-death ratio this game. This will be the one, because I'm trying to use my secondary. Dude, yeah, it's insane. I can't even aim and fire. I'm already dead.
You are incoming.
How are they coming from triple directions on me? What are you talking about? What? Oh my god. Yeah, this is impossible. I'm just trying to get the challenge.
Yeah, we know. You told us.
They don't die. Yeah, this is ridiculous nonsense. Basically, I gotta kill them with a secondary in a map where it's lagging like shit. They're camping hard points. And even if I hit them with a volley, they don't die. There's nothing I can do about this. Look at this. They're all wearing the same fucking outfit. Did you notice that? I filled him with bullets. He didn't die. I can't get anyone to die to this gun. This is absolutely ridiculous. Dude, what? I can't. It's absolutely insane. Lag City, and I can't get anyone to take any damage from my fucking secondary.
Hardpoint located.
I won't lie. That felt smoked it.
Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
UAV available for tasking.
Oh, I have no ammo.
Authorizing UAV
Got the hardpoint.
Okay.
The field took the hardpoint. What are you waiting for? Make your move. Hardpoint locked down.
Bullshit.
Priority tasking request received.
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Got the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified.
Nothing I can do. They're all running towards me. Come on. Lame.
The field took the hardpoint. Hardpoint has
Nothing I can do. They all spawn to the side of me. Again, like, there's nothing you can do about these deaths.
hardpoint locked down.
I couldn't fire on him. Unreal. The lag is so bad.
The pig is eating something, isn't he?
The field took
He's
the
probably ordered it already.
Skewer incoming.
What? How is he behind me? Makes no fucking sense. Oh, now there's fire.
Priming Semtex. Stay down. Enemy trophy system spotted.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint is active. Hostiles released a skewer. Got the hardpoint.
They stopped spawning.
Eyes on hostile Semtex.
Wow, Watchdog Kilo, baby.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Here we go,
Oh my
Watchdog
lord,
Kilo.
this guy.
Hardpoint identified.
Get me a UAV.
Deploy to
UAV above. Sensors are capturing your objective.
Skewer incoming.
Defeat. Look at that, 1.33. Look at that.
Failed. This operation needs a hard reboot.
We'll all be saluting the gift.
I went from way under to way over using the secondary.
Bro clapped himself getting a 1.33 KD. Which is that's fine. But come on, dude. He didn't just say, oh yeah, it was a pretty good match. This geezer literally goes, yeah, baby, and claps himself.
Holy shit, guys. Dude, this is the best I've ever done in Call of Duty right now.
Yeah,
Today,
good, we're good.
right? Look how good I freaking did. But no one
cares.
apparently cares.
Look,
So,
look how annoyed he is.
what can I do? Right?
He hates
I
it.
can't
They
make people
don't.
like
He's not.
something.
They're not paying
I'm
him.
dominating at the game. Absolutely dominating.
Yeah, dominating.
What are we doing? We're doing Shake Shack. Shake Shack Korean menu is what we're about to eat right after this match. So everyone, say goodbye to Call of Duty. Brutus Riverchip did a $2 super chat. Good games today. Maybe because of belly talk. I
Look
don't know
at
what
him.
the hell belly
He's
talk
he's
is.
salty.
What is
Everyone,
belly talk?
say goodbye to
Thank
Call
you,
of
$2.
Duty. He's like, look, I'm really good at it, but you're not going to see me play it.
I'm glad you think so. Chrono Baggy says this has been an awesome stream anyway. I'm glad you liked it. I mean, what on earth happened? Complete domination, right?
Complete
Absolutely
domination.
Okay.
We got the advantage. Now we have to keep it. Team deathmatch. The guild is hiding something. Let's dig that shit up.
Oh, I had no idea that guy was an enemy. I just spawned. I'm like, there's no way that guy right in front of me is an enemy. Oh, no, it was. The game's terrible. Almost a triple kill. Almost a triple. There's nothing I can do. He's using a real weapon. I'm trying to get kills with my secondary for the challenge.
Yakov, release skewer on mission.
Using tactical.
Where are they? I don't see anyone. Oh, now wait a minute. How the fuck are they all behind me? I'm literally there looking back and forth. They must have all spawned together. They literally must have all fucking spawned together in a cluster and walked out and killed me.
Sending Semtex.
Hostiles released a skewer.
How is he not dead? That's absolutely insane. That was 3 volleys. It was 9 bullets connected with him and he didn't die.
God, this game is trash.
Hostile UAV established above.
What? They shot me through the fucking wall. I wasn't even peeking out and they shot me through the wall. So the connection is god fucking awful. Yeah, look, it's awful. I can't even aim straight. This is ass. Fuck this. You know, fuck this. Fuck this shit. Yo, what? I've had enough. I've really had enough. Fuck this laggy garbage.
Enemies took the lead. Make them regret it.
Enemy drone pod working.
Spawn behind me. Fuck this nonsense, laggy garbage.
Foxy Con big up.
This is fucking complete trash. Complete fucking trash. Fuck you. Didn't get a fucking shot on me and I'm dead instantly. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Eyes on hostile Semtex.
What?
Nice.
Right. Why did it stick? Come on. What the fuck? What is going on? And they didn't die. Are you... Dude, this is insanity. Are you out of your mind? Now the Semtex won't go high enough. Yeah, the game is just lagging now. Dude, what? He never fired. No, fuck this game. This is nonsense.
Oh, dear.
I don't count this fucking game. This is laggy garbage. He never even fucking fired on me. More garbage.
Eyes on hostile center.
He's so cringe, isn't he?
Hostile UAV established above.
What? Oh my god. They're all spawning
Enemy UAV
together.
Established overhead. Hostiles released secure.
How is he not dead? He put his head out and took no damage. Nothing I can do. Yo, this is such nonsense. Look, my team quit, too. My team has quit, so I can't come back now.
Leads ours. Stay on task.
Sighted on target.
Fuck this. No way to do it, dude. It's nothing I can do. Fuck this laggy game. This is bullshit. I never got beat. This is nonsense.
You're falling behind, Black Ops. Got the lead.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No death. Are you kidding me? They won't die. Well, I'm not going to have a positive kill death ratio this time. There's nothing I can do about it. I tried my damnedest. Look at this. What? There's nothing I can do. I tried my best. The game lagged to shit.
Sending Semtex. Incoming shock charge. Incoming cluster.
And we still lost. Fuck this.
A bunch of 401ks.
Fuck this laggy shit. No, they didn't actually kill me half the time. The game lagged to shit. And I was way down at the beginning. They kept spawning them around me. Fuck that. Well, that was literally my best Call of Duty stream ever. Right? It was. That was literally
We're gonna complain about money again.
Ever. It was. So that's the best I can do. Every single match, positive kill death ratio, except the final match being lagged to shit because it was terrible.
Yeah, we heard.
Sorry that I guess you guys just hate the game this year. I don't even know what else to say. Like, it's definitely not me at this point. I'm not taking any blame. I'm actually doing incredibly well in the game, and people will not support it, so I give up.
Look how annoyed he is.
There's not much I can really do, but how would I improve that performance, right?
Look how annoyed he is.
So, I guess it's officially retired until next year. It sucks. Code Oink to the $2 super chat says the Call of Duty franchise has become a joke. It's time to shelve it. It's sad.
Look how annoyed
sad,
he is.
Man. It is. Even when I do insanely well, people don't care. So
he is absolutely crashing out over people not giving him money to play COD.
As laggy as it is, it's fun. Like, I had fun today. I really did. But I can't make it fun for an audience. If you guys really hate the game, I can't make it better. And it's just, I agree. It's one of the best, or excuse me, one of the worst they've ever made. So all you can do is wait till November and try again, or October, or whenever they release the next one, right? What's sad is that Call of Duty has always genuinely been one of the games that people say is the most fun to watch me play. I guess not anymore. I guess that one, everyone just hates it, All right. Well, I hope that you guys enjoyed. Thank you to Vassal for 313 super chat. He says Call of Duty is the FIFA of FPS.
Vassal.
Well, not even, because FIFA lost their license to even call themselves FIFA, right? All right. Well, guys, there are those who did watch and support. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah,
but it looks
thanks
like Call
to
of
some
Duty
of
is
you
officially
gents.
done until the new one for 2026. All right. So don't ask again, really. I've now brought this back multiple times trying to get it to work. I can't get it to work. No one cares. So, yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. Okay. The food is here. Let me get set up.
Oh, God.
There is some bad news, guys, about the food, though. So this is going to suck. I'm going to share it in a second. So here's the bad news regarding DSP Tries It. Okay, we are doing the new Korean menu from Shake Shack. Okay, it just came out like a couple days ago. And so I went to order, and guess what? They're not allowing you to order the entire menu. They're only allowing you to order certain things. So I ordered the burger and the chicken bites and the cheese barbecue fries. I could not order the shake. I had every intention of ordering the shake, but they would not deliver.
Yeah, but
any
you would have
shake
only
today
moaned about it.
for some reason. The shakes weren't even on the menu.
He would have only moaned
So
about
I was
it.
not able to order a shake. I don't know why the shakes were not on the menu, because they've been on there before, but maybe something happened where, like,
He would have only moaned about
people
it.
were complaining that the shakes were showing up like melted or something like that. So I couldn't get the shake. All right. But it is time for the food. Let me actually set up the camera because I need to set this up here. Hold on.
Am I really going to watch this? I was only going to do a shorter stream anyway because I was fucking around at home.
Okay. I wanted the shake because the shake supposedly has a salty caramel. Excuse me, not salty caramel, a spicy caramel. And that intrigued me. I was like, a spicy caramel? Like, what could that possibly even be? I've never heard of a salty caramel before, you know? So I thought, oh, excuse me, I keep saying salty, a spicy caramel before. So I thought, oh, that could be interesting, you know? But, all right, let me, there we go. All right, I'm going to go get the food, and we're going to do DSP Tries It. Okay, guys? Now, listen, I know that a lot of you do not like Call of Duty. Maybe some of you purposefully didn't support
We're going
that
to beg
stream
now? Wow.
because you don't like Call of Duty.
Wow.
But I know you like DSP Tries It, so you could support DSP Tries It, and I will do shout-outs for contributions, all right? So if you like DSP Tries It, please support this stream. Let's not have this be a dud and slow stream because I played Call of Duty for variety, okay? That was literally my best Call of Duty stream ever. You know, when it comes to gameplay.
Wow, we're still going to beg.
Okay. Let me go get the food, and then we will do the episode of DSP Tries It, okay? I'll be right back. Oh, let me turn on the, Oh, that's right. I gotta turn off the surround sound, too. Oh, crap. I gotta do a lot. Hold on. Background music. Here we go. It's loading. Background music. I also got to turn on... Hold on one second. I got to fix something here. Got to do this or else we're going to have echo of audio when I play a game. Let's fix that. Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back.
State of him. Look how old he dresses like how my granddad used to dress. Like when he's like just indoors. He literally dresses like my granddad. Bro dresses like my granddad. Let's sort this out. What is that screen called he has? I want one. Alright, everyone's just trying to get him to say Divoom Pixu. Because they know he says it sounds like a fucking moron. The Divoom Pixu. Look at this light and crap everywhere. My setup? The Divoom. Good soundtrack. We're still waiting.
All right, let's see. Thank you, Cabal, for £5. He says, I hate rollback netcode and I hate laggy PvP, but I love DSP tries it. It's
yes,
right,
nice love. We love it.
Let's see what pounds are equal to these days. I haven't actually converted pounds.
Oh
in a
my
while.
lord.
That is $6.84. So thank you to Cabal for that. Like I said, if we get some support for DSP Tries It, maybe we could turn this stream around. Despite the fact that Call of Duty completely tanked, despite my performance, it sure would be great if we could get support for DSP Tries It, okay? All right, we're going to get started. Let me actually mute the music here. And then we'll begin, okay? Cool. I get the chair in the right spot. There we are. Okay, ready? Here we go. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for a new episode of DSP Tries It. DSP Tries. Hey, we're doing something new and fresh, a brand new menu that just released from
brand
Shake
new
Shack.
menu.
The bag just arrived. And today we are going to be trying their new Korean barbecue menu. They are doing a fusion of cuisine, American burgers, chicken, fries, and more, combined with the flavors of Korean barbecue. Now, they have many options available, including a burger, a fried chicken sandwich, fried chicken bites, 2 kinds of fries, and a shake. I was going to try to get all of that, but when I went to order, shakes were not allowed on the menu. Like, you couldn't order a shake. I don't know why. It wasn't just the new shake. It was no shakes were available whatsoever. I don't know what happened. I don't know if maybe they've got complaints that the shakes show up melted, and so they just took them completely off their delivery menu. I don't know. Okay, but I couldn't get the shake at all. The one notable thing about the shake was supposed to be it had spicy caramel in a vanilla custard. Sounded interesting. So I apologize. There was no way for me to actually try the shake for you guys today. However, I've got the burger, the chicken bites, and the cheesy barbecue fries. So we're going to try all 3 of those things here
fries.
today.
We're going to get your opinion on their fries.
Right.
Good.
Let's go. Let's see what we got. So here's the bag.
Variety. I can't wait.
And I'm curious how big all of this stuff is. So, first off, they gave me some sauces. They gave me a barbecue dipping sauce for the fries and a ranch sauce for the chicken. So I do... Something just went flying. I don't know what it was. So I do have multiple sauces available to dip this stuff in, so that's good. It looks like it's just a little wet, some water. So hopefully that wasn't like sauce that went flying. Okay.
Yeah, he complains about melted shake from DoorDash.
This, I believe, is the fries. Want to take a look at this first? Let's see what these fries look like, okay? So, this it's supposed to be the barbecue cheese fries. It's supposed to have the flavors of Korean barbecue, okay, in here with the fry. Let's see what they look like. I guess this is supposed to be like a skewer. Oh, look. There's already, like, cheese on the skewer. Interesting. Okay. Okay. That's the cheese barbecue fry. I think it's supposed to have kimchi. That's supposed to be like a kimchi seasoning that they sprinkled on top of the fries. It's not, my camera's not focusing. Great. There we go. So
yeah, we need to see it up
standard
close.
Crinkle cut fries you can get anywhere with American cheese or some kind of cheese sauce and some kind of like kimchi sprinkled on it. Doesn't look very good, to be honest with you. Nothing very special about that, right? So
he did that
they
for a
also gave me
thumbnail.
the barbecue sauce to dip it in, but let's just try a fry and see what it tastes like. First off,
it's fries from Shake Shack.
here's
What do
just
you
a
want?
fry with like nothing on it, I guess.
It's
All right?
fries from Shake
I think
Shack.
there's a
What do
little
you
bit of
want
cheese sauce
out of
on the
this?
side of it?
Devour.
Oh, the way he looks
It's
around.
completely soggy. No crispiness whatsoever to it at all. Here's another one.
The way he looks around as if he's like a food critic is so frustrating. It's fast food, DSP. It's fast food.
That's not very good. It's salty, but that's about all. Like
It's
it's
fast
literally
food.
just salty. That's all I taste on there. It has no other flavor besides salt. I don't taste potato. There's no like seasoning. There's no actual good flavor to it at all. So now what I want to do, let's try one of the ones with the cheese and the topping.
So what does it taste like?
on
Wallpaper?
it,
What?
And then we'll try it with the sauce as well because they did give me barbecue sauce to dip it in. So
What is
let's
it?
try to
What?
get one here.
What's it gonna taste like?
I can't really get one.
What a retard!
Here.
Oh my god!
This
What
is-
a!
they give you this
He's tried to
like,
pick it up 5
cardboard
times now.
wooden fork to eat it with. I have a real plastic fork. That'll be better, but I'll try it with their fork that they gave me, okay?
Devour.
He's such a freak, dude. Absolute freak.
The cheese tastes like any cheese you can get out of like a can.
An
Like a spray
absolute
can or even like one of
freak
those
he is.
supermarket. And get like one of those containers of nacho cheese. That's very generic. That's exactly what it tastes like.
Yeah, sure. Good. Good. I'm glad we got into that.
I don't taste the seasoning at all. Like the cheese is overpowering, so I can't really taste the seasoning what it's supposed to be. I can't taste it at all. So that one, a little bit of saltiness, but the seasoning is almost impossible to taste. Okay? And by the way, for the record, the cheese is only on the top
back's
layer.
hurting.
Take a look at the bottom of these fries.
It's this fucking sofa. I know
They're
it's-
plain.
I've made a big.
So
indent
only
in
the
it.
top has the cheese and the seasoning. The entire bottom half of the fries are just plain fries. Which aren't good. Like at all. Again, these are the same fries you could buy for yourself and cook right out of the grocery store freezer. Not good at all. They should have put cheese throughout, is what they should have done, and mixed it in. Should we try the barbecue? So this is the supposed Korean barbecue sauce that they gave me. It's supposed to be special to these fries. So we're going to try this to see what it's like, okay? That does not smell like barbecue. That smells incredibly tangy.
Tangy.
Like pure tanginess. Okay?
Did I say devour, Hayden?
So let's take a fry. I'm going to take a plain fry and put it into this and tell you what it tastes like, okay? Here we go.
Devour.
Oh. Oh, that is so salty. That is like an explosive blast of sodium in your mouth. I would say I taste sodium, and I taste Worcestershire. You know that Worcestershire, however you say it, sauce. I don't know how to pronounce it. I kind of
Why
taste
is it
that.
playing like a drum beat with the
That's
money?
what it tastes like, a combination of the Worcestershire
it's having
sauce
like
and
hearts,
salt.
no footballs.
And that's it. I don't taste anything that tastes like
Wow,
barbecue at all.
the
in
most
there.
generic shit. Just footballs falling.
Let's try another plain fry with it.
The most generic.
Oh. Oh.
Hang on, what did he say?
I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to cover that and put it back. Here. I taste sodium, and I taste Worcestershire. You know that.
Oh, that was real bad. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's an awkward word when you look at it. That is an awkward word when you look at it. Like, the problem is, looking at that word, like, I was gonna say, like, I can't really. When you look at this, I mean, I'm assuming that's what this is. The big one in this country is Liam Perrins. This one, you can't see it, but like when you look at that word, you don't assume that the way to pronounce it is Worcestershire sauce or Worcestershire. That's not. If you're from England, you get it because you know, like, when words are like that. But from around the world, I can't. As funny as it is to hear him say it, I can't really have him for not knowing, because that is a fucking, how you pronounce it and how it's written is like retarded. Like, it's not Worcestershire, is it? But that is how you say it. Like, that is dumb as fuck. I'll give him that.
Worcestershire, however you say it.
That's funny though.
That's
Worcestershire is funny.
White wine, onion, jalapeno, and pepper.
Yeah, exactly. You proxy con it is, you know.
It's very generic. It doesn't stand out.
Leicester
in any way.
is not it's not pronounced. It's not spelled Lester, but that's how you say it.
Besides salt. Well, here's the thing: if that's what everything else I ordered is going to taste like, this is going to be a really bad meal. Okay.
Smack.
That's disappointing.
There's a Shake Shack
Let's
near
look at
me
these
somewhere. There
chicken
was
balls.
in Lakeside for a while. Over there, but I think it's gone now.
So I ordered the 6
There was a Shake Shack.
Korean barbecue chicken bites. All right, that doesn't look too bad. Those look like kind of standard boneless chicken like wings that you would get somewhere. Looks like they put green onion on top, and they look completely covered in some kind of a sauce. Okay, admittedly, that doesn't look too bad at all, does it? No, that looks pretty good, actually. As long as the flavor is there of the sauce, I think this will be good. All right, you know what? I'm feeling a little better now. I actually am feeling a little better. Let's try these out. So I'm going to try them first plain, then I'm going to try it with the ranch sauce that they give you. Okay? The vibes are lifted, and it's not just the music going crazy in the background here. The food might actually be good. We're about to find out. Okay? All right, here we go.
I know, for real, huh? Just
So
trash.
The Korean barbecue chicken bite.
Devour.
That's interesting. That is an interesting flavor. The first thing you notice is there's a crunch on the outside.
Oh my god.
A lot of the times when you order boneless wings, they end up being mushy. No, this has a nice distinct crunch on the outside. Then, the first thing you taste is sweetness. Okay, so it's very sweet, and then boom, all of a sudden, there's a tanginess, and then on the back end, there's oh so little bit of heat. So it's an interesting flavor profile that you go through these kind of different flavors.
Did he just use the word?
Let's have another one.
He said flavor profile. He said flavor profile. He thinks flavor profile is saying it's sweet and tangy. The way he looks around is so retarded.
That's not bad. That is not bad. It's unique and different than what you would usually get. For the record, I ordered a 6-pack. I just ate 2, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 left, but one of them is a double size. Like, this is double size compared to the others.
He's an artist, yeah.
So
I mean,
they're not all equal. You might end up with a few small ones, and you might end up with big ones. Okay, it's pretty good. I'm actually gonna say I like this. I would order these as something different. It doesn't taste like typical barbecue whatsoever. It's sweet, then it's tangy, then you get some heat after the fact. There is no traditional barbecue flavor whatsoever in these. But that's okay. The one thing I'm not really tasting the green onion, but that's all right too. I guess you don't really have to taste the green onion as long as it tastes good. This is not bad at all. I'm gonna try it also with the ranch sauce. Thank you, Code Oink, for $2. Says I wouldn't trust fries from a Korean barbecue place. Well, this is from Shake Shack. This is not from an actual Korean barbecue place. So it is the typical Shake Shack fries, just with a different, the cheese and the kimchi, whatever, sprinkle or whatever it's supposed to be. There you go. All right. And my trolls are showing the love and sending me money. So good for them for financing my streams. I appreciate that, stupid. Okay.
Okay.
Continuing on. Let's try the ranch sauce with this, okay? It just smells like regular ranch. Nothing special whatsoever. It looks like it's a little on the creamy side.
Good. Glad we got to the bottom of that. Okay. Trying to thoroughly cover it with ranch. Okay. All right. The Korean barbecue chicken bite, now with ranch sauce. Let's try this.
Devour.
So, what's our how you doing?
So, that's not bad, but here's the thing. The ranch flavor kind of negated a lot of the sweetness and the tanginess of the sauce that's on these bites. And to be honest, I don't think it needs it. Like, when I think ranch sauce, I think, well, you would dip buffalo in there, or you would dip a spicy barbecue in there, or a hot sauce on a wing in the ranch. You don't need it for these because these aren't that hot. They're very mildly hot. I actually think this is better by itself than with the ranch. So you'll get ranch with it, but I recommend not using it. I think this tastes better without it. These are good. I can't get
through here.
Okay, that's good. I'm not going to tell you the pricing for everything till the end. That is pretty good. I actually like those bites. I recommend them, actually. There's something very different. Okay. Well, 50-50 so far. One was absolutely terrible. One was pretty good. How will the burger do? I guess we'll find out. Okay, let's reseal these. Okay. So, now for the main event. Okay. The burger. Let me cleanse my palate.
Oh my god, weirdo. Wow. He's sloshing the water around his mouth.
So
he sloshed it
for
around
the
his
record,
mouth.
this is ridiculous. And what do I mean by that? The price on this thing is ludicrous. I'm going to tell you the price on the burger early. The single Korean barbecue smash burger at Shake Shack, to get it delivered, $13.89. That's for the single. They recommend the double, which is an additional $3.80 on top of that. So if you got the double, it's $17 and change. Okay? That is ridiculous. I got the single. Okay? The single. Let's take a look at it and see what this is. It's small. For the record, this is small. This is not a huge burger or anything like that. It's pretty small burger. Okay? This isn't as big as the Whopper. It's not as big as the quarter pounder with cheese. It's a small burger. All right? Let's see. It's actually tiny. It's way smaller than it looked from the outside. It's actually very small. What I see there, I believe, are fried onions that are breaded on the top, I think. I think that's what that is. So they put it in like a paper pouch. I think I see that's the burger. What else is on this thing? I actually don't know what's on this. Maybe we'll just eat it. Maybe I'll just take a bite and I'll tell you what I taste, because I actually don't know what's on this. So maybe the best way to go about it is just to bite it, taste it, and tell you what I can taste in it. Okay? I agree. Someone said it looks like a kid's meal.
They've never had
sex. It kind of
sex.
does. All right, I told you I'm going to start doing this more often. And look, the onions. My wife and I deserve more time together for sure. They're not even really on
He ain't
there.
fucking her, that's for
They're just
sure.
kind of falling off the edge. Okay. Well, let me see here. I see cheese, so there's some cheese on it. Can't really tell. Is there bacon? I can't tell if there's bacon on it. All I see is the crispy onions, cheese, and beef. Let's bite. Here we go.
Devour.
This face is when he eats, man, I swear.
So, the first flavor I tasted was the beef, which is your typical smash burger beef. Okay?
What does that mean?
Nothing special. And then
Typical beef, yeah.
a huge mouthful of the fried breaded onions, which taste exactly like fried breaded onions you've had anywhere else. They all taste the same. So that familiar breading, a little bit of chewiness of the onion. That's it. I tasted no sauce, no cheese, nothing else. Let's take another bite.
Alcohol killed his taste buds, probably.
Again, meat and onions and a little bit of sweetness, but I don't know what's bringing the sweet. I have no idea. You know, for a burger that's supposed to be a Korean barbecue burger, I don't taste any barbecue whatsoever. Again, meat.
The smacking is insane.
And the onion. I think maybe I'm tasting green onion on there as well. Is that green onion there? Does that look like green onion to you? Maybe. I don't know.
Hilarious.
But it's actually a little on the
hilarious,
drier side.
DSP.
I think there's supposed to be a sauce, but I don't taste any. Or if there is, maybe there's just not a lot. It looks like there is a sauce on the bottom, but It's not prominent. It doesn't really stand out. Really, I'm just tasting mostly the fried onions, because I think there's just so many on there. And the grease and the breading of the fried onions just dominates the flavor of the sandwich.
Okay.
So.
Okay, dude.
You know what I'm noticing? So, originally, the first time I ever ate at Shake Shack, first thing I did is I changed the music, because this music is annoying. The first time I ever ate at Shake Shack, it was a triple smash burger challenge. I tried Jack in the Box, Sonic, and Shake Shack all at the same time. And I told you guys Shake Shack won, not because of the size of the burger, because it was actually the smallest of the three, but the flavor, because the smash burger had this crispiness, this unique toasty crispiness on the edges that tasted absolutely delicious and made it like a gourmet burger. This is from Shake Shack, the same one that I got that burger from. This doesn't have that.
A gourmet burger.
There is no crispiness whatsoever on the edge of this burger, really. It's all kind of the same. So that
a
flavor
gourmet
is gone.
burger, by the way.
What happened? This is weird. The burger is mushy. Not crispy on the edges. I can't really taste what's on here. I can't. So whatever's supposed to be in here, I can't taste it. Did someone look it up yet? Does anyone know what's actually on this burger? Because it's not prominent, and it doesn't stand out to me at all. So, I'm now halfway through the burger. As you can see.
About Gorilla Man, big ups.
No lie. That was the first bite. I tasted the Korean barbecue sauce. And it tastes very similar. I think it's the same sauce that they put on the chicken. So it's a little sweet, a little tangy. Honestly, a little bitter, too. I don't know where that bitterness is coming from, but I am tasting some bitterness. It's actually not salty, but the meat is salty. So you kind of get that flavor, too. But that was the first bite I got where I could really taste the sauce prominently. This is beer-marinated fried shallots, fresh spring onions, and Korean barbecue sauce. Not a lot. That's exactly what I'm tasting now. So the strongest flavor is this beer-marinated fried shallots. So it's actually shallots, not technically normal onions, okay? Way overpowering because there's a lot.
Shallot, by the way. Shallot.
And it's just the breading is very oily. The spring onions, I could taste.
Shallot.
The cheese, it's in there somewhere, but it's not prominent.
Fucking barbarian.
The Korean barbecue sauce, I finally got some flavor of, so. So here's the thing. Is it bad? No, it's not bad.
You did say that.
The flavor of Korean barbecue isn't really coming through that well, okay? And that's what it's supposed to be. And honestly, I've had a Shake Shack standard burger 2 times now. I think that's better than this. So you're paying way more money to get this version of a Shake Shack burger. It's extra on top. It's not as good as the regular one, in my opinion. I actually think the regular Shake Shack burger is way better than this. And there's no crispiness on the burger, and that pisses me off. That's incredibly disappointing. I wish I ordered a regular burger now. I do. That's just like a lump of grease in your stomach. It doesn't have the flavor that you want. Too many of the fried onions overpower the flavor of the burger. and the Korean barbecue sauce, there's not enough and doesn't stand out, that is insanely overpriced. So this was almost $14 delivered. If I made it a double, it would have been 17 and change for that little sandwich.
Okay.
No, absolutely, positively, do not get this. I cannot recommend this burger. Get the regular Shake Shack burger over that 10 times out of 10. That is a horrendous, horrendous ripoff. I don't know what they were thinking. So, in regards to everything I just ate, let's go back through it another time, shall we? So, these are the cheese kimchi Korean barbecue fries. They're not good. They are, I believe, $8 and change to get just the fries.
$8 and change?
A sprinkling of the kimchi
Stop saying
seasoning
and change
is
with everything.
$6.99. To get it with the cheese is $8 and change. This is not worth $8 and change.
Oh
It's
my
just
God,
standard
he
crinkle fries. You
literally
could buy
can't
a
say
giant
it,
bag of
can't
these at
not
the
say it
grocery
without
store
tacking
for
on
$3 to $4.
like
Make them yourself and have
salesman
multiple
bullshit.
portions.
He can't
You could
say it
buy
without tacking on
the cheap
90s
cheese.
game show host bullshit onto the
What
end
is it
of the
called?
sentence.
Tostitos, like the Tostitos nacho cheese. You could buy a jar of that for $3, $4 and pour it on top, right? You could probably buy kimchi seasoning for $1, and you could make an insanely huge batch of this at home that tastes exactly the same for the same price that I just bought this small portion.
You bought it, though.
Okay?
But you bought it. Wow, gonna eat some more. Yeah, great. Let's eat some more. Wow.
Virginia Democratic lawmakers are now proposing a flood of tax increases.
This guy in Memology, by the way, really got fucked on the algorithm.
And creating some new ones.
I don't like where this is going.
Here's a list of the many tax increases and proposals Democrats in Virginia are considering passing. They include additional local sales tax in all Virginia counties and cities, new personal property tax on electric leaf blowers and electric landscaping equipment, large employer
Right. I don't ever want to hear anyone talking about licenses in this country when they tax you having a leaf blower in America. I don't. What?
Oh, look at that.
What? You can go to jail for having a gas leaf. And don't they force you to, like, spend money and, like, keep your property, like, cut the grass and blow the leaves and that? They make you go to jail for that as well. And so then they're gonna force you to buy the stuff to do it with, and then they're gonna tax you extra on the equipment that you buy. Because they know you have to buy it. This is shitty Virginia. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter if it's only one place or a couple of places or a lot of places. That's still fucked.
tax, gun and ammunition tax, new income tax brackets,
wow,
a delivery tax. This would hit you if you make an order on Amazon, Uber Eats, or an order that includes UPS, FedEx, delivery, etc. here in Northern Virginia.
3 hours later.
There's also a tax they're looking at for events, concerts, an investment income tax, storage facility tax, gym membership tax, dog walking tax, dog grooming tax, counseling tax, digital personal property tax, new car taxes and highway use fees, an increase in the hotel tax here in Arlington. Statewide speed cameras. Now, these aren't taxes, but they would include more fines for some drivers. Dry cleaning tax, home repair tax, and a vehicle repair tax.
Wow.
Okay, we
Yeah.
are cooked.
Yeah.
Yep, we are absolutely cooked, chat. GG.
We're waiting for a response from Spamberger on if she plans to veto the proposed tax increases. We do know Spamberger isn't opposed to all
Spamberger is not a good name.
tax and fee increases. Last week, Spamberger told lawmakers
that is not a good name.
That Virginia will rejoin the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative.
Spamberger is not a good name, is it? She is ex-CIA. Excellent news.
Back on your electricity bill.
Oh my lord.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
And then people are just gonna, like, move away. People will just move away. People that can will just move, won't they? That's what's happening here. We got like more millionaires leaving this country than anywhere in the developed world. That those people made, yeah, that's the reality. That's the reality. Wow. Spamberger. No. Spamberger.
It's not very good at all. Oh.
She ran on free everything. Well, you reap what you sow, I guess. Ate 2 more just to be sure, by the way.
No, by far, the best thing is this. I recommend the Korean barbecue chicken bites. And remember, you could get a sandwich of this, a full-size sandwich as well. I bet that's pretty good. Although, this here is 6-piece, is $8 and change as well. The sandwich is $13.89. Dude, I got 6 pieces of chicken here. That's probably more chicken than what's on the sandwich.
Yeah, we're on.
For way cheaper than the sandwich. Does that make any sense to anyone? It doesn't make sense to me. Okay. These are good. Mm-hmm. Yummy.
Yummy.
Mmm.
Yummy.
Mmm.
Mmm.
I'm sure this is horrible for you, but it tastes good. This sauce is delicious. It's sweet, tangy, and then it has... Actually, now it's more spicy. Because it all congealed at the bottom
Tangy?
here. And I'm biting it now. I'm like, oh, it actually is spicy, too. This is delicious. Mmm. Do I like gochujang normally? I don't know what that is. If you mean the kimchi seasoning, I don't know if I would like it normally. I tell you that, it doesn't taste good on the fries. I can tell you that. This is good, though.
Devour.
Mmm.
Right.
So what's funny
Sus
is
games on sale
I thought,
on
oh
Xbox.
man, so I didn't get the shake, right?
Chocolate
I had a feeling I wasn't
Factory
gonna like the
Simulator
fries,
is on
and I
sale.
was like, I'm probably not going to be full. This is filling. This chicken, I'm full, and I have another piece to eat, and I'm full already.
But you're still going to eat it, right?
So go for the chicken.
You're going to eat it, though, right?
Seriously, go for the chicken. Sandwich or the bites. This is delicious. Skip the burger. Skip the fries. I wish I could have had the shake to tell you if the spicy caramel was worth it. But they
The
didn't have
spicy
it, so they didn't
caramel.
deliver it. Sorry about that. All
no
right.
one cares.
Mmm. So let me finish this piece of chicken, have some water, and then I'm going to give you my scores. Okay? Cool.
Oh my god.
Well, I'm happy I didn't make a mess on this DSP Tries It. Last view, I've been quite messy and I had to clean up after. It looks like I made no mess this time, so that's good. Okay.
Yeah, but again, I'm not I like Rupert Lowe, but this is just gonna split the vote at the end of the day.
Okay.
More people are gonna vote for Nige. It's just reality. And I think he's better, but that's just, it's not the move. It's not the move, you know. Just run as an independent, like make a deal. If they have a bunch of candidates and they do a deal with Reform, sweet.
Like, the Korean barbecue sauce.
That's great. If he does a
great.
deal with Reform and they go, you know, we've got
sauce.
20 people around the
This is
country and
another
Reform
kind of
say,
sauce they
okay,
gave me
we won't run in your seat, we won't run in your seat.
Fries,
And they do
and
a
I have
deal
no
with
idea what it is,
Nige
but it's gross.
on the grounds that they understand that,
I wonder what it
you
is.
know, he's
I have
going to
no
get
idea.
more votes, clearly, then fine.
Okay.
But if not, you're just gonna take votes away. Like that's all it is.
Oh,
And
I've
I'm
had
not
kimchi
like
before. Yes, I have had kimchi before.
he is better, that guy, but regardless,
There is a
it's just reality.
Korean barbecue place that my wife and I order from. They do bulgogi, they do kimchi, they do those glass noodles, they do those like stewed baked potatoes. They do all kinds of stuff, and you get big platters, variety. I had a bibimbap, and that had kimchi in it. Yeah, I've had kimchi before. It's good. It's very different, but it's pretty good. Yeah. Okay.
Good smacking.
Jimmy Ball says, why skip the burger? What didn't taste good about it? I literally just said, all you can taste is the fried onions. It overpowers everything else in there. You can't really taste the beef very well. You
Yeah,
only get
sure.
some of the barbecue sauce flavor when you get to the middle of the burger, which is bad.
Yeah, sure.
There's not enough on there. The normal burger has lettuce, tomato, I think onion, sauce, and this nice char around the edge. That burger didn't even have any char. It was like mush.
No char
So
on the
it's
burger.
just a bad burger. It's not as good as their standard burger. I've already explained it. I don't know why someone in the chat is asking that. I already explained it. Okay. So here's my thoughts. Okay? The
No
fries,
char on the
Korean
burger.
barbecue fries are absolutely terrible. Okay?
Who's the
The
worst?
cheese sauce is
Ours.
generic. The fries are generic.
Who's the worst?
The kimchi
Ours.
seasoning, I mean, you could buy anywhere for like $1 and put it on there if you really want it yourself.
Ours.
There's no reason to pay $8 and change for those fries.
Star
They're
Wars
terrible.
worse.
I would never, if I go to Shake Shack,
not even
I
a
will
question.
never buy the fries ever. I will just say, no fries, please, because those are awful fries. Okay? They are $8 and change for that. Way too expensive. Maybe if that was $4 or $5, I'd be like, all right, it's better value. $8 and change, forget it. Terrible. Okay? The
Right.
burger, Korean barbecue burger, mushy, no crispy char around the edge like it should have. Can't taste the cheese. Okay, can barely taste the fried or the onion, the green onion. The fried onions, there's too many of them on there, and it overpowers the whole burger. And the sauce was only in the middle. I could barely taste it. So, do I recommend that burger for $13.89? No. Would I recommend that burger for $10? No. Would I recommend that burger for $5? No. Don't get that burger. The regular Shake Shack burger, which is cheaper, is much better than the
hot
Korean
sneeze.
version. Okay? The only thing that was good today was the Korean barbecue chicken bites. That's a decent value, $8 and change for
We're
6
hanging this
pieces.
out
That's
for
a
the
lot of
money.
chicken.
He's gonna hope.
Sweetness,
He's hoping for an anonymous
tanginess,
50.
Heat on the back end, and they're crunchy.
Heat on the back end.
You don't even need the ranch sauce because the ranch sauce
Heat on the back end.
powers the sauce that's already on them, and they're not spicy enough to need to be cool.
Of course,
I
DSP
recommend
just
those,
like the crappy
okay?
chicken bite covered in like sauce.
So
Heat on the back end.
The Korean barbecue menu, 1 out of 3 was good. I recommended the bites, or I bet the chicken sandwich is good too, because it's a big piece of fried chicken in that sauce.
Yeah,
with like
sure.
onions and other things
That
on
is
it.
that what was in the
I bet you
picture?
The sandwich is good.
Is the
So I
pic?
would
Did the
recommend
picture
that,
look
but
like that?
Skip the rest. Just go for the standard Shake Shack stuff. Don't spend the extra money, because that was not very good overall. All right, guys. Thank you for watching another episode of DSP Tries It. We have quite a bunch of interesting ideas lined up for the show for future episodes, including perhaps trying a new kind of pan pizza they have at Papa John's. Maybe going to IHOP, International House of Pancakes, to either order a breakfast for dinner or maybe like a dinner itself from there. There's also some desserts, like someone has been recommending crumble cookies, to try something like that, gourmet cookies, and test different flavors. So we have some interesting ideas. We'll talk about them over the next week, and we'll come to a decision. But in the meantime, I hope that you enjoy this episode of DSP Tries It, and I'll see you next time. Okay, folks. So, hard, intense EDM. Skip that. Okay. Chimchar, thanks for $2.
Beck.
All right, folks. So here's the deal. A couple things. Number one, we are done with Black Ops 7. For those who missed it, today was actually my best day ever playing Call of Duty.
But they didn't like it, so I don't know.
Probably in the past, like years and years ago. Like maybe when I was playing original Black Ops or like Modern Warfare 2, I did good. Today I did exceptionally well. Every match, I got a positive kill-death ratio besides the last one, because the last one was laggy as hell. And every match, I was top 3. I was getting crazy kill streaks, unlocking all the rewards and stuff. No one cared. Everyone was just disengaged, and no one supported the stream. I take that back. There was probably, no lie, $20 to $30 of support for Call of Duty today. So we're done. Black Ops 7 is done officially. Please don't ask me to play it again. If you wanted to see me play it, you should have been here today and supported the stream. You weren't. Okay? Just being dead honest. Okay? I gave it a final try after all these other tries where I tried it and it didn't work. I told you it was the final try. Still didn't work. I'm done with it. DSP Tries It was okay. I'm actually full now. I'm happy I don't have to eat anymore. I'll be back tonight. Okay? Tonight on the late stream, between 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, it is the return of Indies. We're going to start with more of the Sharks and Minnows indie game that we played last time. That was really weird, where I was getting killed by, like, crabs and crustaceans and stuff. That should be a fun little, mini part of the stream. That'll be the first half, essentially. Then for the second half of the stream, we're going to do more Terminator 2D No Fate, where I'm going to try to beat the game a second time and get an alternate ending and see how different the game is with the endings and stuff. All right? So that's tonight's indie stream. I hope that you'll join me for that if you're interested. If not, tomorrow, there may or may not be a Level 1 podcast. If there's not, then we're definitely going to be doing a DSP morning show. And tomorrow's day stream will be Hollow Knight. And then the night stream tomorrow night will be, we're going to try out new games.
No, you can't stream that game.
Tryouts. We're going to pick a couple games off of Steam, test them out,
You can't
see if we
stream
like
that
it.
game.
Okay? All right. Thank you to Code Oink for another $2, asking if there's Michelin star places to try in the area. Probably in Seattle. I would almost guarantee you that in Seattle, there's...
Whatever. Darts crowd at the World Masters erupted. Thousands chanting, Keir Starmer is a wanker, to the Seven Nation Army tune.
To win later on in the year. 41.
It is the only ranking major title or premier event that Luke Humphries currently holds.
140. One step.
I can't hear it. I mean, I can't hear it, like... No, I can't.
He's not going to give it up without a fight, Cool Hand.
This guy's like 17 or something, isn't he? This guy, what's his name? Luke Littler? Isn't he like fucking 17 years old or something? He's proper young, this guy. I've seen this.
It's a civil offence. That's why you were sentenced for it. Civil offence, mate. Civil. You don't know what you're talking about.
Assaulting an off-duty police officer, is that civil?
20 years ago. 20 years ago.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Why we're here. At least you know my criminal convictions, because you know the 800 men who are in their airbase. You don't know their criminal convictions, do you? You don't know who they are. No, I know that a woman, Rhiannon White, was murdered and butchered by one of these men. I know that 7 women last week were raped by these men, including 12-year-old children. So whilst you know what I'm about, so you can see what I'm about, yeah, you don't know who those 800 people are. You don't know how they think, you don't know where they've come from, you don't know if they're terrorists, you don't know if they're jihadis, you don't know if they're raped, you don't know if they're murdered. You know nothing, which is why the women are scared. So as you've just said, you've spoke to women, this isn't about me. Why are you making this about me? I'm here to report like you are as a journalist. Now, you should be reporting on why this entire town centre, as far as you can see, is full of locals. It's not full of local men, it's not full of local criminals, it's full of local women, local mothers, local grandmothers.
And women are also worried about the
Legacy media are part of the problem.
British citizens, isn't it? It's not something that's uniquely...
Excuse me, sir. These people are here because they're worried because they've lost their town centre. Do you know why you're losing? Do you know why no one listens to you? This is why no one listens to you.
No one listens to me at all.
No, they're not going to listen to you either. You have an opportunity to come here today.
That's why millions of people come out on the street for this geezer and you don't even know this guy's name.
Come here today as a media and you have an opportunity.
By the way, Braintree is where my mate lives.
Give a voice to the voiceless. The voiceless are the women that are telling you how scared they are. You just said they're telling you how scared they are. And rather than come and tell the story of these women, you come and want to attack me over something I'd done 20 years ago when I had a punch-up in the street. 20 years ago.
I'm asking you why you're the one to lecture the public.
I'll tell you why.
I'll
tell you why.
You have no respect.
Listen. I'll tell you why. Because you're not coming here to give them a voice. You're coming here to smear them. You're coming here to smear.
I'm very happy to
So why are you making it about me? Why aren't? Okay, let me ask you.
You're saying that women don't feel safe.
Should they feel safe?
You are somebody.
Should women feel safe in the city centre?
Of course, women should feel safe in the city
So,
centre.
do you think it's right that undocumented men that we know nothing about are busting into this town centre in their hundreds every week? Do you think that's right?
I'm not here to answer your question.
Do you think it's right? Do you think it's right? As a man, as a British man, you're speaking to scared women. Should they be scared? Is it right they're scared in their own town?
My question to you.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Bro, these people, no. And I guarantee you, this geezer lives in some nice, leafy suburb. This guy lives in some nice, leafy suburb where he hasn't seen none of this stuff happen, where none of these things go on. I guarantee you, this guy grew up in a white as fuck area. Not like the rest of us who grew up in multicultural areas with friends who went from all different walks of life and then saw our country and our shop fronts and our towns changed by mass immigration. I guarantee you this geezer didn't grow up nowhere near this shit.
I'm asking you a question. Is it right that mothers, grandmothers and children are scared in this town centre? Is it
Not
right?
right that anyone feels scared. My
So,
question to you is
okay.
why
So,
choose to focus on 600 people in Wethersfield Asylum Centre rather than the thousands of people every day who are convicted of sexual offences?
I'll tell you why. Because you can
tell you it's about violence
why.
against women and girls. It's not the same
I'll
as
tell
what
you
you're talking
why.
about,
I'll tell you why. These men are from Sudan, legal age for marriage 11. These men are from nations like Afghanistan. 99% of them want Sharia law. That means they want to subjugate women.
99% of them want Sharia law. Where'd you get that?
That's a Pew Research.
What do you mean pure research?
Pew Research. P-E-W. The biggest research and most recognised research there is. Pew Research. 99% of Afghanis in Afghanistan want Sharia law. When they come here, do you know what Sharia law is? Yes, they do. Fact. Do you know what Sharia law is?
All of the Afghan interpreters who work with the British military want...
By the way, when they take this data from arrests in this country, we see that Afghan migrants are 22 times more likely to have committed a sexual offence per capita to an English person. That means if you've got 100 English people and you pull them out of the regular society, one of them has a chance of committing a sexual offence, whilst if you've got 100 Afghans in this country, 22 of them will have committed a sexual offence. Based on the arrest stats alone. That's just the arrest stats. That's just the arrest stats.
Wanted Sharia law?
So 99% of them would have done it.
99% of the Afghans
I'm telling
who
you,
fought for British soldiers in Afghanistan want Sharia law.
Can I ask you? You're a journalist. What do you?
The Afghan soldiers who fought with the British soldiers in Afghanistan used to fuck little boys on their nights off. The Afghan soldiers who the British Army trained and the American Army trained have a culture and a practice where they make little boys dance and then they fuck them. Then they gang rape them. It's called Bacha Bazi. Go and look it up. And the soldiers got told, let them get on with it. Go and look it up. Literally go and look it up, mate.
Know about Islam?
I'm
asking you, have you read the Quran?
I'm not
have you read the Quran?
I'm not here to answer questions.
So what you're going to do is you can...
I appreciate you speaking to us.
Okay, I'm talking to you, but what do you know about Afghanistan and how they think? Have you looked into how they think on women?
What do you know about Afghanistan?
I just told you what they think.
Well, you told me that 99% of Afghanis, as you call them,
want Sharia law.
Want Sharia law without any evidence for that fact at all. You've not been to Afghanistan.
I'm not sure.
Hey, don't waste your time with him.
No, okay, well we can add this in. But let me ask you.
I appreciate you speaking to us, but you want to...
can I give you some advice? Because you're failing, you're losing viewers. The reason citizen journalists are here is because of your failure. Yeah. The reason that I have become such a recognised journalist is because of your failure. It's because when you come to places like this and you report, I checked your reporting on issues yesterday. You label all these people as far right. I've checked. Yeah. Far right demonstrations. What's far right about a nana or a mother or a daughter wanting safety? What's far right about that? What's far right about it?
I've not called anyone far right, Mr. So I'm not here to call anyone
ITV, your news, you're from ITV, you brand these people as far right on these demonstrations. So I'm going to ask you again.
Mr. Robinson, I'm not going to answer your question.
You can't answer.
No, I've asked you why you're here. You've explained why
I'm here as a journalist. I'm here as a journalist to do the job that you don't. That's why I'm here.
Right, you don't hate journalists enough. You don't hate these people enough. You don't hate these people enough. You don't hate these people enough. I'll look it up for you. I'll read it to you if you like. This is the first hit on Google, Juzzy. You ready for this? Bachabazi, Persian for boy play, is a form of illegal, pedestric, sexual slavery and exploitation prevalent in Afghanistan, where boys are coerced into cross-dressing, dancing and sexual abuse, often by older, powerful men. The practice is a form of child prostitution where young boys are sold for entertainment. That's Google's biased, fucked up fucking first comeback on it. That's Afghanistan, by the way. Prevalent in Afghanistan. That's part of their culture. Culture. And the ITV guy has got that ITV guy has got the nerve to say, "What do you know about Afghanistan? What do you know about Afghanistan?" Oh yeah? What do you know about Afghanistan? I don't know, mate. Enough. That's what I know about it. I know enough. Even knowing that is too much. Even knowing that is too much. I told you, lads. I told ya. Right, is there anything else I wanted to watch? There might have been something. Smug fighting again. Yeah, I want to watch this.
Do I think the British state has become the enemy of the electorate? I do. I think they have.
Rupert Lowe is great.
Something darker going on here, which is outside of the control.
This guy's a bit of a bellend, though.
Parties that's allowing this to happen.
The British people have realised that actually they've been hoodwinked by thinking they had a choice for change, when actually you've had what we often call the unit party. Peter, when you look at the contracts that we've uncovered, and we're just starting to get our minds around them, and you look at what happened with COVID, you look at all of the misdirected contracts and all of the printed money that went missing. What do we find? We find waste everywhere.
How much?
Peter,
waste?
I mean billions. Billions and billions and billions. You've got to ask yourself, I know the state's gone wrong, but the question I ask myself is the British state in the hands of organised crime?
Rupert, hi.
Peter.
Did you look up on a VPN? No.
This is my third trip into your
Yes.
studio.
Yes, and we're in very unusual
It's reality.
times.
I didn't need to scrub it from my Google history. It's reality.
Within Whitehall, you've been doing a lot of work questioning people.
I'm not fucking
And
Afghani.
I think a lot of people can
I'm
be
not a kid
excused for
fucker, dude.
thinking there is
I ain't got nothing to
incompetence
be
coming
worried
from the
about.
States. But you've been in the machine now for about 18 months, and you started to uncover some things when people will give you the data. They don't always answer your questions, but I'm starting to question whether this is incompetence, or is the state now actively working against the British people in the country?
Yeah, exactly. It's common knowledge.
First of all, I should say it's not just me.
It's
I've
common
got
knowledge.
A team of incredibly dedicated and very able young people who are helping me. I think, my 68 years of knowledge and experience in various businesses allows us to home in on where we need to be, but they play a big part in it too, because you can't simply do this on your own. But in answer to your question, do I think the British state has become the enemy of the electorate? I do. I think they have. And I think when I look at, and I'm on, as you know, on the Public Accounts Committee, which is uncovering all sorts of incompetence and waste.
He shreds these people
and
as well.
Lack of respect for taxpayers' money, as I said yesterday to one of the
He shreds these people.
Treasury officials. It's very easy to spend other people's money. It's easier to spend other people's money than it is to spend your own money.
Mm.
And literally, Peter, that's happening everywhere. So I think we've got, obviously now, it's not just Labour, but Labour, as you know, have an incompetent front bench. Most of them are members of the Fabian Society. You probably saw, Sadiq Khan was addressing the Fabian Society. And that is ideologically driven. That is basically against everything that you and I would stand for. That is pro-statism and anti the individual, which they want a dependency culture. They don't want a thriving, independent, self-reliant state. So I think Labour are driven by ideology, but the question one has to ask oneself is, how did the Tories let this happen over 14 years, where they had two overall majorities? Obviously, they had a Lib Dem and
they're a bunch of cunts as well.
Majority when Cameron had one, and then a huge overall majority when Boris had one. And actually, a lot of the problems
they don't want anything different.
I'm afraid, emanate from Tory legislation. So I think what's happening is the state's got bigger and bigger. It's got less and less respect for the electorate, and you saw that with the 2016 result. They didn't want to honour the decision of the British people, and that was a decision. If you strip out the main cities, you had a huge majority for Brexit, not for economic reasons. I think people did it because they wanted their country back, but the bureaucrats didn't agree with that decision, so they frustrated it, which is largely why I'm in Parliament now. So you've got the head of the beast, I think, has no respect. And then you've got this extraordinary situation where you've got HMRC, who yesterday were described as cutting edge by somebody on the Public Accounts Committee, which I found extraordinary. So what they're doing is they are basically rolling through Britain with their 22,000 pages or whatever it is of statute and collecting taxes that are then being spewed up against the wall by a state that's got too big, is hugely inefficient, and has no respect for taxpayers' money. And I see this literally every week, twice a week, at the Public Accounts Committee. And so, yes, I think we need a complete change of the way in which we're governed. I ascribe the problem to the undermining of the sovereignty of the MPs. The power of the MPs has been undermined, largely by Blairite legislation, as you and I discussed before. So you've also got all sorts of parliamentary bodies like the Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme, which is used to clip the wings of any MP. It's effectively a layer of extra employment law between employment law at the top. In the middle, you've got this sort of sandwich of ICGS. And then you've got the MPs. So the MPs are supposed to be omnipotent. They're elected representatives of the people. They're supposed to be holding the government or the civil service to account to ensure that they deliver for the people. But they've been neutered, Peter, by a House that's been selected incorrectly. It doesn't have the skill set. It's got people who rely on the $93,000 a year, which, as you know, I give my salary, my parliamentary salary, to charity. I consider it to some extent dirty money. And I'm very delighted to give it to
Think about that, by the way.
Yarmouth.
Think about that. Think about what he just said, by the way. This guy's elected as an MP, which is like, again, same as like one of your, because obviously your parliament is based on ours. This guy's elected as an MP, and he gives his, because he's independently wealthy through business and successful, he gives his entire salary away to charity every year. His entire salary to charity.
On a monthly basis. But most of those people rely on that salary, therefore they're controlled by that salary. And I think the whole basis upon which our unwritten constitution has been undermined is now not working for the people. So to your point, yes, I do think government has become the enemy of the British people.
Should the public always treat the state like the enemy anyway?
Well, I think if you read the American Constitution, it's designed to always throw power back to the states and the individual away from federal government. But for the fact Roosevelt undermined the 9th and 10th Amendment, probably it would be functioning better than it is, because federal government's grown like a weed. But you and I think, agree that we like individualism. We don't like collectivism. Mm-hmm. We like a society which is self-reliant, not a society which is basically sucking off the state's teat. We like people who work for a living, who actually contribute to their local community and to society.
I can't watch this whole thing.
Not people who basically sponge on welfare.
Bed, really.
So I think the government that we've got wants to encourage this welfarism
1:10
as a way of effectively controlling the British people. And I guess for people like you and I, COVID was a really disappointing lesson in how meek and mild the British people are. But I think they've got to start growing a bit of backbone, Peter. Otherwise, they're going to lose the country that we all dearly love, because it's not working at the moment. It's going to get worse. And I'm afraid what's happening in their name is not going to be good for them, or indeed for the people who follow them, their families, their heirs, and everybody who depends on them. Well, so I think now's the time we've got to all get real. And I having been in Parliament now, well, it's 2 years in July, so it's shot by. And I started a new career at 67. I've never worked so hard. And whilst I'm fighting to keep up with everything, I think we have made a big difference, which I'm very proud of. And we've got a few things which we're going to talk about, which I think will make an even bigger difference as we go forward.
Both the Conservatives and Labour are facing an existential crisis. A lot of the Tory voters have moved over to Reform, and if the polling is correct in the next election, currently Labour would only win 4 seats. Is there something darker going on here, which is outside of the control of even both those parties, that's allowing this to happen? Because otherwise, why are these parties committing their own kind of suicide here?
Well, I think what you're seeing is the British people have realised that actually they've been hoodwinked by thinking they had a choice for change, when actually you've had what we often call the uniparty. So I think the whole essence of Parliament, which is supposed to be 650 high-minded individuals who obviously put the nation at the top of the agenda, but then they scrap between themselves to sort of obviously gain some advantage for their constituency, but always mindful of the nation at the top of the agenda. That's how Parliament used to work. But now I think it's been hollowed out by, as I say, these selection processes. And whether you vote red or whether you vote blue, I mean, frankly, I can't even take Zach Polanski seriously.
When Zach Polanski is making seductive claims to you, it's important that you understand, before he came into politics, he literally made money by charging women on the promise that he could literally enlarge the size of their breasts by hypnotizing them. That is a true statement. And by the way, if you think that's insane, his policies are even more insane.
I didn't know that.
He wants a world without borders. He wants open borders. He wants us to stand down and destroy our nuclear deterrent as Vladimir Putin belligerently marauds into Ukraine. He wants a communist economic system. He wants to legalize all drugs. And in Zach Polanski's version of Britain, his version of Britain, it is legal to sell fentanyl, crack cocaine and heroin, but illegal to rent your flat out. This is the most unserious person to enter British politics in my life.
Okay. Yeah, I do agree. He is insane.
I mean, if you want to
Polanski is insane.
The Lib Dems are almost a circus as well, although, I mean, there's some very nice Lib Dem MPs. I get on very well with almost everybody in Parliament, but they're fine people. But they're not going to lead us to the promised land. And people have realised now that the Reds and
let me grab one more smoke.
And we've seen, if you like, legislation on a grand scale, which has curbed individual freedom, and which I think has undermined the operation of Parliament as it should have operated. So, yes, I think people now are in a very febrile mood. At the moment, we've got, obviously, the light blues, which I, as you know, played a big part in keeping them going when Nigel left the battlefield to make some money with Richard Tyson Ben Habib. We've got, they're obviously, I think we've probably seen peak reform, but they're still a big force to be reckoned with. A lot of the Tories out there are saying it's wrong to split the vote. You know, we need the Tories and reform to get together. But, you know, I just, as always, what you find in politics is that egos get in the way of logic. And the right has always been rather more split very often than the left. So, but I think people want change. I think it's a very rare event in Britain that people feel this way, but I'm increasingly seeing people questioning the way in which certainly since 2000 the Parliament has worked. It did work with Maggie because she basically rolled back a lot of the post-war socialism, which I think we still suffer from. We look at the NHS, which was a sort of a token that was thrown at the people after the war. Which is now completely unsustainable, particularly as we haven't got an economy. You need an economy to fund all this stuff, by the way. So look, I think we're in for change, Peter. I don't quite know how it's going to end up. I don't think anybody does if they're being truthful. But when you get chaos, you get change. And I think we're heading for chaos. I think we're heading for currency chaos. I think we're heading for economic chaos. I watch these Labour jokers. They've got no idea what drives an economy, and they talk as if they know what they're doing. You've got some deeply ideologically flawed people who are talking as if they've actually run a business. They haven't run a business. They've actually just clambered their way up the greasy pole within the civil service or within local government. That they think qualifies them to make decisions on behalf of the British people. Well, I don't think that's right. So, look, I think we're going to see huge change. How the cards are going to fall exactly, I don't know. But, you know, in a recent poll, Peter, I haven't even got a party, and I polled quite a substantial poll, 9% in a national poll. I think in the East Midlands, I polled something like 20%. I mean, it's incredible to think. And this is, obviously Restore Britain's a movement. We're trying to unite, which I think we've done so far. And then, we can talk about where we might go in the future.
On the Public Accounts Committee, just so listeners and viewers understand, what are some of the most alarming things you have seen done with their money?
Well, the first thing to say is that and the Tories put me on the Public Accounts Committee, so I should thank them for that. And I mean, Kemi put me on. And Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown, who's the chairman, who I think does an extremely good job. It's so much work, even for committee members. We meet twice a week, and we have briefings twice a week. So you have huge amounts of information which the National Audit Office produce for us. So the first thing to say is that when I first went on there, and it's dominated by Lib Dems and Labour, and there's me as the independent, two Tories, that I did create a bit of chaos, and I think some of the Lib Dems and Labour were considering whether or not it was a wise move to put me on there, because I started to ask questions, as I do, with the benefit of the knowledge I've got in many different areas, and quite direct questions. And you mentioned before the interview Dame Antonia Romeo, it was really my question to her, which triggered, I think, some disquiet amongst the committee. Anyway, we sort of got over that when we had a meeting and we decided that actually the committee wasn't there to have a cup of tea every year with the permanent secretary and find that nothing had changed. In fact, things had probably got worse. But we were actually there to hold these people to account, because the ministers aren't doing it. Therefore, the Public Accounts Committee, which is arguably the most powerful committee in select committee in government, should be doing so. So questions shouldn't be easy, they should be difficult. And, you know, I offered to use our social media footprint to create some form of fear amongst these permanent secretaries when they appeared in front of the Public Accounts Committee, which to my mind would be necessary. I talked about ripping various asylum contracts apart, which people objected to my term of phrase. I said, I'm not talking about ripping people apart, I'm talking about ripping contracts apart. But look, now, and last week I was extremely encouraged when we were talking. We had a session on asylum, and I mean, the Lib Dems and Labour were joining in. So I thought we are beginning to make a difference. I think now what we've got to do is turn these questions and the waste that we're uncovering, and you've probably seen today we've uncovered this huge amount of waste on this Bibi Stockholm contract, which is huge. And Lloyd Hatton, it's his constituency. He's one of the members of the Public Accounts Committee. So I've actually sent him what we've discovered. He may or may not have known that, but this was a contract signed, overseen by Jenrick and Braverman. So I find, what do we find? We find waste everywhere.
How much,
Peter?
waste?
I mean, billions and billions and billions. And it's a lack of accountability. It is basically, arguably, far too many government bodies, quangos, non-governmental organizations. I mean, yesterday, for instance, we looked at the 48 what are called small government bodies, and I asked for a list of them. And you know, I've done business with some of them, and these are businesses that they call it turnover. I had to point out yesterday, it's not turnover. It's if I had a business where the taxpayer gave me a budget, so it's businesses who get a handout from the taxpayer of 30 million or less, and they have up to 50 staff. So it's anything under 30 million of handout, any under 50 staff, and you've got a huge list of these operators. And question one is, what do they all do? We talked about whether or not they were sharing services. Well, often they don't, because there are lots of little independent empires. How have they grown? Well, some of them are, in my view, completely wasted. It's just money that's going down the drain. And it breaks my heart to watch all this money disappearing because government's not accountable. And, you know, for instance, the DWP has had its accounts qualified for 37 consecutive years. So I said, well, if I was a director of a company that had qualified accounts for 37 consecutive years, I would have suffered some form of penalty. But state bodies don't have the same, if you like, application of company law and laws that pertain to a director of a company as they do in the private sector. So you've got this schism between the state and the private sector. They're all running up vast accountancy fees and legal fees. They've all got different accounting packages. In fact, yesterday I heard of an accounting package I'd never heard of. I said, was it Sage or Xero? No, it was some other abstruse package. And you say, well, have you looked at the financials of that company? Do you know they're going to be there in 5 years' time? I mean, look, I think the naivety within state, the lack of accountability within state, because you run a business, and my one rule is, who's responsible? Who carries the can if this goes wrong? And the answer is, very often in government, there is no distinct person who carries the can. So it's just one big mishmash of failure.
Mm.
And, you know, it's whether it's the DWP, whether it's DEFRA. I mean, you can roll through almost any government department and there is vast amounts of waste. Meanwhile, HMRC is crushing productive Britain with all these taxes to pay for this waste. And let's not get on to the Chagos Islands, which hopefully the Americans have now crabbed, and unnecessary waste like that. But why would you effectively damage productive Britain to fund this huge waste everywhere? It's just a ridiculous concept. Well, so the British people have got to realise that when they're, and I don't mind, like you, paying taxes if it's necessary, and we do need a lightweight government that protects our borders for a start. They're not doing that. That actually carries out a function of making sure we have the right arms to defend ourselves. We haven't got that. I mean, honestly, Peter, it's the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. It is complete and utter chaos, and it needs total reform, and it needs to be totally changed.
This show is brought to you by my lead sponsor, Iron, the AI cloud for the next big thing. Iron builds and operates next-generation data centers and delivers cutting-edge GPU infrastructure, all powered by renewable energy. Now, if you need access to scalable GPU clusters or are simply curious about who is powering the future of AI, check out iron.com to learn more, which is IREN.com. Dominic Cummings calls it the blob, you call it the ball. This trust calls it the deep state. Even if Keir Starmer woke up tomorrow and wanted to evict or deport every illegal immigrant, could he actually do it?
Well, we've actually put forward a document on mass deportation, which we think is deliverable. We look at the constitutional issues, how you solve those, and then we actually look at the practical solutions to delivering that policy. Mm-hmm. But there's one thing I wanted to add, which is on the state. The question I asked myself, and this is something I think everybody needs to ask themselves, because I think we are heading for a massive currency crisis. I can't understand at the moment how, with no economy, running all the deficits we run, how is our currency holding up? So I just question, I mean, and I use analogies like big companies like Enron. So, for instance, it took Enron a long time to go bust. It was a sort of the darling of the US stock market until it actually descended into bankruptcy. And I often think to myself, is Britain going bust? Are we actually perpetrating a huge
hell yes we are
on not only our own
hell yes we are,
if you like, electorate? And if you think about it, how long would it take for a country to actually go bust?
We are.
I mean, we've been to the IMF before. I'm not sure the IMF would help us now. But I think when the sterling wall breaks, then obviously we, with our overvalued currency that currently allows us to import lots of goods, when sterling does actually correct to some sort of level that reflects our productivity,
yeah,
what happens then? Because
we
don't have really a manufacturing base. We're damaging our food production.
We're going to be fucked, mate. I mean, that's what happens then. We already are. We're on the way there.
Recent taxes of small private businesses is going to...
We're already on the way there.
Investment into long-term investment.
We're already on the way there.
Backbone of Britain, which is our farms and our small businesses. So I just wonder what the real game is, and I can't. It just, to me, doesn't add up. And when I get these feelings, very often it takes longer than I think. A bit like the gold market, which I've always thought would eventually have a huge run. And you're seeing that now because, again, we're getting huge dislocation. We're actually getting realpolitik. We're getting what used to happen. We're getting real politics. We're getting basically the sort of the power of the ability to deliver versus speak. So those people who say things, if they can't back them up, people are beginning to ignore what they say. And, you know, if you listen to what Trump's saying, he's not, I don't always agree with everything he says, but at least he's got the power to deliver what he's talking about. And we've relied very heavily on America as the sort of global champion of peace. and we haven't invested enough. We've invested more than Europe, but Europe's invested very little in our own defense.
Yeah.
So look, I think there's a lot of things that are going on, which it's very difficult to take it all in, and most people want to live their lives honestly, simply, and enjoy their families and everything else, but everybody's going to be affected by this in the end.
Well, look, anybody I know who's got a small, medium-sized business...
yeah, they will.
...is finding it difficult at the moment.
Yeah.
It's very challenging. Anybody I know who's very wealthy can see the problems very clearly. You've run businesses, I have. When I look at the front bench of the Labour Party, but also a large part of the Conservative Party, I see some of the most unimpressive people I've ever seen making some of the most important decisions for the country. I would not employ these people. If that front bench was a board of one of my companies, I would...
As I've said, Peter, I wouldn't have them cleaning my shoes.
No, but I don't... I think there are parts of the voting public that don't really connect the dots of how unqualified these people are to do the job they're doing. And it's them who are causing all the damage. They don't understand economics. They don't understand how to run a business. And then what are we seeing? We're seeing businesses fail everywhere. We're seeing inflation still high. We're seeing jobs being lost everywhere. And I'm terrified. But what I'm more terrified...
Why would you employ people at the moment when... I mean, look at the amount of tax. I mean, some of my businesses are paying hugely more tax than they were before these Reeves tax rises.
But I think there's four
and a lot
taxes.
of them are taxing on employment. So what happens is people, with AI, that's very dangerous.
That's because they're all the same people, pancake mix.
The
That's why they all hate Trump in America, the same way they all hate Farage and people like them here.
And
the establishment, because they're all the same people.
Look at the power of AI, and it's not perfect yet, but it will be perfected over time. I mean, its ability to crunch data is
I've
and
seen some videos of that guy,
and indeed its ability to regurgitate
very knowledgeable
history,
fella.
which, I sort of know my history, but I wouldn't, once it's programmed into a computer, it's got much quicker recall than I have, and it's probably got better factual recall than my history has taught me. So look, I think what they're doing is completely the opposite to what anyone would sensibly do if they want to grow an economy and they want to increase prosperity and they want to basically increase the average standard of living. You've got to allow people to run their businesses. You've got to allow them to pass those businesses on. Like that's the backbone of Britain, and Labour are trying to break it, Peter, and it's just wrong. And when I look at them and they sit in the chamber and they think that what they're doing is going to generate... I mean, when Rachel Reeves talks about she's going to regulate for growth...
You can't really sit
I have to
like
stand
that.
up and say, you don't regulate for growth. You deregulate for growth.
And
it's a bit like when Richard Tice talked about taxing subsidies.
And you're going to claw my leg as well.
Tax subsidies. Just remove them. But so look, I mean, it's staggering to watch. And you can see it, but can other people see it? But then what have we got, Peter, here? We've got a big and getting bigger dependency culture.
Right.
We've got people of working age who aren't working. We've got, people basically pork barreling on the Motability scam. We've got all sorts of handouts going on. I mean, I think the DWP, the more we drill into the DWP, it's completely out of control. It's just handing money out like confetti. So that's not creating a culture where people want to work, or indeed they see people who work actually better off than them, because very often you're better off not working.
Yeah, well,
that's the problem.
I mean, I look across to Argentina, and I don't think Milei is a perfect character, but I think he's playing with the chess pieces he has, and he's sequencing things in a particular way. But I look across there at the economic data. Their borrowing costs are dropping, their poverty rates have fallen, the inflation's dropped. We've tried this socialist project everywhere. It's consistently failed. And at the moment, his more libertarian Austrian project is working.
Well, he is an Austrian school economist like you and I. And don't forget, Argentina had 100 years of what Labour are giving us,
but
basically damaging socialism. So I mean, I have absolute total admiration for what he's doing. There was always a doubt that he would be able to hold on to it, which I think with the help of the US he's been able to do, because it started, then it stalled a bit, now it's going again. And I'm just hopeful that after 100 years of watching socialism destroy their country, because Argentina, have you been there? I've been there. It's the most fantastically rich, naturally rich country. If you look at their agriculture and you look at Buenos Aires and you look at the whole of the country, it's not only big, it's got vast natural resources, and it was held back. In the 20s, it was between 1900 and 1920, one of the richest countries on earth. Then it was destroyed by socialism, which we're being. And now, arguably, what Milei is doing is releasing people. So instead of the average wage being, I think, $14,000, people are desperate to work so that they can earn more, and they can buy more, and they can own more, and they can aspire more. And I think, he is releasing.
Isn't it that guy they're talking about?
Manacles.
Afuera! And he's got all the stuff on the board, and it's like diversity and that, and he's like, Afuera! Just throwing it in the bin.
For you is,
that's great.
It's going to have to get a lot worse before people will want a Milei type character.
Well, it went on for 100 years there.
Yeah. But
I mean, you and I'll be pushing out the daisies by the time it changes here, if that's the case.
Yeah.
But Milei required people who relied on handouts from the state to vote for him. They did because they were so sick of inflation, hyperinflation.
Inflation, nothing worked. You couldn't build anything. The whole thing was just a shit show.
But that sounds like the UK right now.
Well, it's going that way. It is. You can see it. You can feel it. If you understand the dynamics of how you create growth and how you actually create a proper non-interventionist sort of democracy, we're not going the right way, and we're all going to pay the price. And I don't think a lot of people can see it coming, to be honest.
Well, look, Milei slashed the
we
government
are all going to pay
workforce,
the price for it,
and
trust.
he slashed spending. They went from almost a permanent deficit to a surplus, I think, within 3 months. Like yesterday evening I was cooking, I watched your 10-minute bill. I'd seen it before when you did it, but I watched it again last night with great interest.
Well, I did refer to him in there, but
yes.
My primary theme was the Weimar Republic.
Yes, but what is it why did you table the bill, and what is it that people do not understand about money creation?
Well, I tabled the bill because I have this hatred of the state being able to print money, because the state should be, and Thomas Jefferson and all the founding fathers of America, they were very, very clear on this. The state should be as accountable to the people as the people are to the state, because ultimately it's the people who empower those elected politicians. And the problem with QE, and we've seen it, or quantitative easing, I should say, so people know, is that it allows the state to grow when the state doesn't deserve to grow. And Jefferson always said you should have totally transparent taxes so that people know how much tax they're paying and what they're getting for the tax that they pay. And we've lost all that now. And what you saw in Weimar, Germany, and I thought it was a very interesting comparison, because ultimately the end game for unlimited money printing, which is what the Germans did, is not only hyperinflation. What you get is you get a degradation of morals within society. So if you don't have any respect for hard work and for money creation, honest money creation, you end up with morals declining. You end up basically with the organs of the state becoming corrupt, which is what I think is happening here. I think Tony Blair's creation of the Supreme Court has meant that our judiciary is no longer honest. I think it's very much partisan, and it's very erratic. I think you can still get some good judges, arguably in the periphery, but I think in the centre it's been hollowed out. I don't trust a lot of the judges now. You've got the professions, which are growing hugely as laws proliferate. Accountants benefit, lawyers benefit, the professions benefit, and the real economy suffers because the parasites are eating the host animal. So my whole point about the Weimar Republic, and I think you and I had this debate last week, is the British people are very meek, they're very law-abiding, they accept authority, and they don't complain very much. So the question for me is, are we going to go French Revolution or are we going to go Weimar Republic? And I guess in the House, what I was trying to highlight was the fact that the state should not be printing money in the name of the taxpayer, who they're supposed to be serving. They should be effectively managing themselves in such a way that they don't proliferate at the expense of the private sector, but they do what they're supposed to do and they serve the private sector, because it's really the private sector that creates wealth. It's not the state. The state spends money. Yesterday we had this, I think I said to you, they called it turnover, one of these little bodies. I said, hang on a second, it's not turnover. I said, if I could guarantee that I was going to be handed 30 million quid at the beginning of each year and my job was suspended, that's not the same.
Oh, you're
as
lucky.
turnover.
I haven't got much left.
And again, I think they just delude themselves. There's far too many people. But without them, Peter, have we got an economy? Well, are they now our economy? Are we now running all these deficits and running a fraudulent game? I don't know whether the government accounts are correct. I can't get the answers to whether or not Oscar 2 is being populated with the right information. And as I say, using the Enron example, it took a long time before people realised they were bust. How long does it take before people realise a country's bust?
Some new
I think we're heading there.
Yeah, I don't think enough people really understand the downstream impact of the government creating money.
I do need to get some new alcohol.
We know, obviously, taxes are politically unpopular, but money creation is kind of opaque. You kick the can down the road.
They should be disciplined. They should be.
Of course.
Thank you, mix big ups. I'll get some.
Should be transparent.
I'll get some this week.
I'll get another bottle or something. So people can see where it's going.
But
so
even I've got
as an
it ready
MP,
for the
I
shots.
ask these questions. This is where I get a lot of
Yeah,
information
big ups,
from.
chat.
So I've got not any information coming
New
now
week
from
and all
Public
that,
Accounts
new
Committee,
year, blah, blah,
but
blah,
also I've got
blah.
it coming from my
Country's going to hell,
questions.
you know how it
But a
goes.
lot of it
Great.
comes back.
Do.
You may have seen a piece I did the other day on the asylum, where I held up a document which had been completely redacted. So we don't have transparency, and this significance of this Bibi Stockholm contract, and we found 2 or 3 others, and they're just the tip of the iceberg.
Is this where you ask them what else are they lying about?
Yeah. I mean...
Are they terrified by you, or do you think they hold contempt for you?
I think they've, in the past, not been held to account. I think they turn up, have a cup of tea.
But do they treat you with contempt?
I mean, I find their answers, very often I'm more confused after they supposedly answered the question than before I've asked it. So I think what used to happen historically is they're always very polite with each other. And again, that's what I guess they got upset about, because I questioned Dame Antonia at the committee.
Is this the 736?
And I said, I'm not an IT expert, but when I googled you, I find that most of Westminster and almost the entire government, you're known as the Queen of Woke. Are you the Queen of Woke? And everybody. I mean, which of course she's embedded DEI within the Justice Department, and now she's doing it within the Home Office. And as you know, DEI is a deeply damaging concept, which I think is designed to provide jobs for people who wouldn't be able to get a job anywhere else, as well as oppressing the people who are accused of being racist if they express their honest views.
But just back to the 10-minute bill. Did you have any expectation it would be taken seriously, or were you wanting to make a point?
Well, 10-minute rule bills are never taken seriously, really, Peter. They're effectively, you get 10 minutes uninterrupted in the chamber. So I was able to deliver my missive, and actually Christopher Chope, who's a Tory MP, I don't even know whether my bill is still alive or not, but usually what happens is a 10-minute rule bill dies at the end of each parliamentary session. But Christopher has got a whole raft of these 10-minute rule bills that he keeps alive. I think it's probably died by now, but it is almost the ability to express a view on something which goes into Hansard and everybody can hear. It was never going to go into
a warning.
The government would have opposed it, and it would have fallen that way. They didn't actually speak against it, so technically it was still alive. It limped on, but it usually dies at the end of each parliamentary session.
But if you were to be Prime Minister and you did have a party that won the next election, would you revive it and say, no, this is something we're doing?
If you had a parliamentary majority, you could pass a law that the state has to abide by the same economic rules as the people over whom they govern. Yes.
So you would do that
If I got half a chance, yes, I would.
because I remember watching it, and it was when you were in Reform. I think Nigel was there. Was Lee Anderson there, or was
Can't
it
remember.
Tice? And so they're all nodding and smiling and agreeing with you. My question to Nigel would be, well, you sat there nodding and agreeing. If you win the next election,
show, there you go.
Would you propose these rule
Oh,
changes?
big ups.
Very good question for him, Peter. You'll no doubt when you get him in here ask him that. But I mean, I sat in the chamber next to him when he promised to have a rape gang inquiry. And that's why, in the end, I did a rape gang inquiry, because I was sitting next to him when he promised he'd have one, which he never did. So, as you know, we've now done one. We've got it. It's ongoing. We've done a lot of work over the last year. There's some horrific stuff we've uncovered, to the extent that the barrister involved, who's sitting for the next 2 weeks in the first 2 weeks of February, and we've got a whole planned schedule of interviews with obviously witnesses. We've got bound witness statements. We've got politicians. We've got experts. We've got, this is a proper hearing, after which he will produce a full report. But I mean, as we go along, he has said to me in his entire career, he's never read such distressing witness statements. And I find it quite incredible. The government now have said they're going to have a statutory inquiry, but the truth is, at the glacial pace at which that's operating, nothing's going to come out of that
These are the wonderful,
before the next
peaceful
election,
Muslims,
I suspect
majority
is the purpose
Pakistani, who were
of it.
raping little
Whereas
girls for decades.
When you see such evil,
gang raping,
to innocent,
sometimes between
white
actual
working
family
class
members.
British girls, you ask
So a
yourself,
father
how is
and
our
maybe his
establishment
sons,
not
or
done
the
what it needs
sons
to
and
do
the
to protect those
cousins,
people?
or the
And how
uncle
can
and
it
the
send somebody like
nephews
Lucy
would
Connolly
be
to prison for
raping
social
and
media
abusing the
posts?
same little girl,
When
by
I
the
can
way.
tell you this is happening. It is systemically happening throughout Britain. It continues today. And the police, the social services, the NHS, local government, the Labour Party, nobody has done anything about it.
What a
It is
great culture.
national stain that needs to be exercised. And we, with our 20,000 people, gave £600,000. We're going to hopefully demonstrate the depth of damage this has done to Britain. And if we've got enough money left, which we hope we will have, we will pursue some private prosecutions of people who failed to do what they should have done, which is what the state should be doing. People should be going to prison.
That's my next question.
People should be going to prison for this. It's just wrong. And I obviously, for whatever reason, whether it was a desire to delude themselves that multicultural Britain was working, whether they didn't want to be called racist, I don't care.
I don't care.
Right is right and wrong is wrong.
I don't care
And
either.
the state should be basically doing their job in ensuring that vulnerable people within our society are protected. Whatever that means, that's their job. And you can't have one group of people abusing another group of people and not being held to account. You just can't.
Specifically because of their race and religion, by the way.
Maintain a secure
Not just another group of people.
I think it's linked, obviously, to
specifically based on their race and their religion,
the Muslim
as well.
vote to block voting. I mean, one of the things I think I've said on your previous podcast I would get rid of is the postal vote needs to be absolutely eviscerated, and it should be one man or woman, one vote. It should be done in a polling station unless there's very good reason why people can't get there. And if you're serving overseas or something and you want to vote, that you should be able to do. But other than that, no, we should not have postal voting. It is open to complete and utter fraud. I saw it in Peterborough when I was actually, when the Brexit Party stood there. I think we lost by 600 or 700 votes from memory. But again, it's just wrong, Peter, and it goes against everything that we stand for.
Almost like the parallels in America. You have all this stuff of the fraud of the elections in America, and who are the people that? What sides are the ones that don't want to check and don't want you to have IDs when you vote? The same people that are trying to be laps on borders and nationalise a bunch of people from outside of your borders so that they can vote against you that have been paying taxes in a country your whole life, so that you can be forced out of a electoral process that you've had a right to your whole life after paying into the system, so they can use it against you, to tax you more, to take more money off you, to siphon money off you, whilst telling you that you're the problem and you're scum.
So I think with the rape gang inquiry, Nigel promised one, didn't do it. He promised several things and not done it. And I felt we had to do it. So
yeah, he did.
And my team have been absolutely fantastic. I'd like, Sammy Woodhouse. We've got a really unbelievable team of dedicated people who've been working non-stop on this for a year now. So the 2-week hearing is just a culmination of that. And hopefully we'll have the report out. We're aiming to get it out in April or as soon after that as we can. But it's going to be quite a substantial and detailed report. So
yeah, good work doing that. I do have one more question, just back on the economic side of things. If the government was forced to not use quantitative easing, how fast would it go bankrupt?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily go bankrupt. What it would have to do is cut the number of waste, the amount of waste within the state. It would be forced to do that.
Like we have to do with our businesses or our homes.
I mean, I was shocked when Boris was in power. I heard him say, don't worry, if the private sector lays people off, the state will take them on. I mean, that from a supposed libertarian, free-thinking sort of conservative, I thought was quite extraordinary. So no, the state, if it can only spend the tax that it collects, that is a natural protection for the people against the unsustainable growth of the state, which is ultimately what leads to the Weimar-style collapse. And a Weimar-style collapse is very slow. People read about the Weimar Republic in 1923, but actually it took from after the war in 1918, Germany continued to debase her currency, and she survived and survived and survived until suddenly, and this is what I think is going to happen to us, till suddenly your currency becomes worthless. And if you then haven't got foreign currency, so what was happening was foreigners were buying up Germany for nothing.
Crossing the borders.
They still had, I mean, you could buy Germany. Germany was being bought by foreigners, and people, what they wanted was they wanted foreign currency because it was the only thing that was worth anything. And as you know, people were wheeling wheelbarrows around to pay for a loaf of bread. I mean, that's completely unsustainable. And that is, I'm afraid, the end game when statism gets completely out of control. But it happens very slowly. It doesn't happen immediately. What happens is all the organs of the state become undermined. They become dysfunctional. They become unaccountable. They, if you like, the Protestant ethic dies, and everybody serves themselves, not the people they're supposed to be serving. And that's what happened in Germany.
Yeah.
And then you had a massive sort of change, but it's incredibly damaging for all the people who have to suffer it.
Well, it hollows out the culture as well because it becomes every man for himself. It becomes about survival.
Yeah.
And I think as individualists, we still see a collective good.
You did see it in Argentina, by the way. Not they didn't quite get to that stage because they had several bailouts, and you know, having lived in Brazil, which I did in 79, you know, it went from being the Cruzeiro to the Cruzado. So they all, you know, all those South American countries basically had little respect for paper money. So again, middle class Argentina got destroyed. I mean, do people want that here? I mean, do we want that to happen here? Do we want, you know, good, honest, middle class people being forced to do things that they would today think is unthinkable? No, we don't.
Well, it's a middle class fight back that's really needed. And I've started to notice that the middle class are starting to feel the pain. They're losing their businesses, or their businesses are struggling, or they can't now afford the school fees or the holiday. And I think that's, I think people are starting to feel that. I'm particularly disturbed by the hostility toward business still. I run business like you. I think there's a few taxes. So people think of business tax as maybe your business rates, or even you know, your corporation tax, whatever. But I think the high energy costs are a tax on the business. But I actually think the bureaucracy is a tax on the business. The amount of time I spend on accounting, HR issues, all of it just gets to the point where I'm like, I'm not actually in there running my business. I'm spending a day, 2 days a week on issues trying to comply with the state.
That's what happens when the state gets out of control. The regulators are part of it. The FCA should be just shut down. I mean, the whole thing's a complete waste of time. It's destroyed London as a capital raising centre. All companies now list on NASDAQ. Why would you come here when you've got a bunch of, ignorant regulators who are basically doing everything they can to stop enterprise and stop risk taking? They've prioritised the pensioners and the savings industry, and they try to eradicate risk from investment. Well, that's not what you want. You want risk takers who back entrepreneurs who create wealth, and that's what we've lost. So look, it's very hard to know how one rekindles that, but I sort of have hope that the British people innately are very enterprising, and if we cut them free somehow, they will respond. But it won't. Whoever wins, if somebody sensible wins the next election, I don't think they can promise everybody nirvana. I think you can say, well, you can get your country back and you can get your life back, but it's going to be hard work. It's not going to be a sort of promise of sunlit up.
No, it's going to be
be a promise of reward for hard work and reward for enterprise and a reward for long-term investment. Long-term investment, Peter, takes a long term. Doesn't happen overnight. And when you break up skill pools like we've been doing for the last 30 or 40 years, you don't replace them overnight.
No.
But I think technology is changing so fast that I think there are things I can see which could allow us to leapfrog other people, but we're not going to do it if all our best people leave the country, which is what's happening. So the middle class, to your point on them, they're also in the worst position when it comes to HMRC collecting taxes from them. They get paid their salary through the payroll. It all goes, you, the business owner like me, collect the PAYE, the NI, the pensions. We collect all that and we gift wrap it and hand it over to the state. So the state is continually burdening businesses with more and more red tape. And now, obviously, with the NI increase, that, as I say, they put a tax on employment, and the headwinds that businesses face are almost unbearable now.
Well, we're also going to have to be now submitting our tax return 4 times a year.
We're going to have to be, it's going to be what, digital online tax returns. And what they'll soon do is start collecting your tax quarterly. That's their plan.
Of course. And all of this is just more
in advance, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah. They've already, instead of giving your tax return at the end of the year when you know what you've earned and you pay the tax, they've already accelerated that to collect it.
Yeah, here's the estimate.
Yeah, this is where you and I, they are the enemy of the state of Britain now. They've become, the state is our enemy. Collectivism is our enemy. Fabianism, Pavloism, the Haldane Society, all these ideological trots are our enemy. We have to fight it. We have to take back common sense and logic, which we're rapidly losing.
Look, can we talk about borders? Because it was quite interesting this week to see Larry Fink come out.
Oh, Larry.
Did you see?
He wants to buy up Britain.
Of course he does. Yeah. He wants your farm.
He wants our farm. He wants our businesses. He wants everything.
Yeah. But he actually came out this week and interestingly said those countries which have resisted mass immigration are best positioned to take advantage of the economy over the next decade.
Yeah.
And I think mass immigration is likely downstream from some of the things that he's done and benefited from. But that's a loose accusation. But I think it's, apart from Zach Polanski's group of crazies, I think it's universally accepted across Europe by anyone with half a brain that mass immigration has been a huge failure for a number of reasons. It's actually a betrayal of the country. I've got a few things I wanted to ask with this, specifically on this. Firstly, the 736 criminals. You uncovered that 736 foreign criminals are missing.
Missing.
Yeah, who are these people? Like, what do we know about these people?
Well, it seems they've gone missing somehow. I mean, you ask yourself how.
What type of criminals are these?
Well, we're varied. I mean, we don't know. But they've admitted they've gone missing. I mean, how can that happen, Peter? I don't know. Is it by design? I honestly don't know. I don't know. I don't know about you, but it seems to me that everything that happens seems to penalize those people who live their lives honestly and benefit those people who live their lives dishonestly. I mean, I don't you think that?
Well, I'm looking at Connor because it's something he has said regularly. Do you want to answer for yourself, Connor?
Say again.
Yeah, about the country penalises the honest people, and
yeah, it feels like you can't win in society without playing the game. If you do stuff honestly and as a good man, you're punished for doing so.
I think you're right, and it's extraordinary, isn't it?
Connor must work 50 to 60 hours a week. He is a hard-working lad, and he's doing well. And every direction he feels like the state is working against him.
Well, and a lot of my supporters, Peter, are Gen Zs.
Yeah,
which is incredible, really. I mean, I they're fantastic. They're actually more right-wing than me, which is incredible. When you think of the nonsense they've had to suffer through their education from sort of woke DEI nonsense peddled throughout the education system, to me it's fascinating to see that they're now more sound very often than people who haven't gone through that situation. But I do when I feel sorry for them.
Yeah.
And Connor's right. They haven't got the same opportunity that you and I had when we were young.
I just want to interrupt. What did I say to you in the car on the way?
Yeah, but it's a blanket state. Like there will be various different.
I said to Connor on the way down, I said, "You're more right wing than I am."
They're much more right wing than me.
But they're sick of the country we've handed over to them.
Quite right.
And I think about this a lot. And one of the thoughts I have, Rupert, and
the
it
lad
goes
Bailey
back
I
to
work with is
We've got to give them a
Totally.
chance. We've got to get rid of all this nonsensical statism, and we've got to allow them to, because they're the ones, they've got the knowledge of the way in which the world is changing.
Mm-hmm.
They're able to drive that change and benefit from it, but they can't if they're being tied down like Gulliver by a state that doesn't respect opportunity. They don't want opportunism. They want servile sort of slaves to the state who they dish out money to. A bit like that wretched man Klaus Schwab says, what did he say? You will own nothing and be happy.
Eat the bugs.
That just gets me completely irritated when I hear that WEF rubbish.
Well, it goes back to this point on the money creation, because I think about this a lot. In that money, if you think of money as a proxy for time, when we continually and persistently create money, what we're actually collectively saying is, Connor, you've got to pay in your future for what I want now. But as a parent, I never do that. So why are we collectively asking our children to have a worse future because we're too cowardly to live within our means right now? And it bothers me a lot.
No, you're absolutely right. And, there's so much wrong. Look at the put and take pensions we've got. Private sector businesses are castigated if they don't look after their pension schemes. But what's the state done? It's got a put and take scheme that it knows it won't be able to fund, because demographics mean not enough are going to be paying in and too many are going to be taking out. So obviously from top to bottom we've got an issue. And I think Victorian Britain, we were very lucky and very fortunate that they created huge amounts of wealth by working hard, by being technologically advanced, by basically having a completely devoted work ethic based on engineering, based on excellence, which the rest of the world wanted. They created the most incredible wealth, which all of us to so far have benefited from.
Industrial Revolution.
But the sand is rapidly dropping through the glass, and I mean, that's going to run out. We can't live
like
on
that now.
our reputation forever. So we've got to cut these youngsters free.
So on this podcast, you are definitely going to be talking about Bitcoin. Well, why? We live in a really... do want to cover a little bit more on the borders, because people... this is a hot topic. And I don't think it's particularly hard to get immigration down. We just have to protect our borders, and I'm pretty sure you would have a great plan for that.
Well, we can take it easy, dude.
On our document, it's there.
But
it's on our website.
Yeah, but the re-immigration is a big topic now, and we're seeing America attempt it, and I think badly. But there will be potentially a mandate for it. How do you think about How do you think about this?
Well, we've done a document people can read as to how we think it should be done.
We won't have similar as ICE agents running around with guns.
No, I think you can create a hostile environment without actually doing that. And you can create a situation where, obviously, if people commit crimes, they get deported. I would immediately deport the 10,500 foreign prisoners in our prisons. Get rid of them. Send them home. We've got, obviously, as we've said, we've got our aid budget, which we hand aid out to all these countries, like Pakistan gets a large check. And if people don't play ball, we just remove those aid payments until they do. So we've got leverage and we've got power, but we seem to have a leadership that wants immigration, that likes immigration, that fosters immigration.
Yep.
And some legal, some illegal. I mean, it's just bizarre. We are lucky to be an island. And we've put forward, and people can read the document and they can question it and they can say they don't agree with some of it. That's fine. But as I say, we've identified the reasons
why anyway, Standard Army being
how
so
we
small.
sort out those constitutional issues, and then how we deal with the actual practical remigration of people who aren't making a contribution to Britain. And that's what we've got to do. But in order to do it, you've got to have people who want to achieve that. And it's a bit like Brexit. We didn't have a state that wanted Brexit. So therefore, we haven't really had a proper Brexit, which, again, if ever I get near power, I will deliver a proper Lee Kuan Yew style Brexit, because that's what will benefit Britain. We do not want to be tied to a sclerotic, dying, post-war socialist Europe. It's just a bad place. I like to go there on holiday, but I don't want to be part of that block because I haven't got the self-confidence to operate as a nation state, which is what the people voted for in 2016.
But is it bizarre, or is it really tactical in that high immigration is likely votes for their party?
Of course.
So it's really tactical.
Of course.
So that means we have a limited time window to deal with this.
I think we've got to put this right by 29, Peter. From what I can see, the rot is going quite deep. And I think if we haven't collectively found a solution by 29, I think it may be too late. It may be too late now. I mean, it's crept up on us and it's bad.
Well, so we have really when in 29 would it be? Middle of the year?
Well, it depends. I mean, again, if the economy collapses and sterling collapses, it could be earlier. But I mean, they'll cling on to power. These guys, they know they're not going to win next time, so they're going to be pretty hard to prise out of power.
So let's say 3 years. I have lost all confidence in reform. I've been very public about this. I don't think you can, for whatever reason they discuss regarding they need experience from within government. I don't think you can fix a country with the architects of its failure.
Totally agree.
And I've yet to see much policy-wise, which is as hard as I think we need it. I think we need things that people might not think they have the stomach for. But I think we need massive economic reform, massive welfare reform, and I'm looking at reform right now, and it was a ragtag bunch. It was you, it was Nigel, it was Lee, it was Richard. It was anti-establishment. It was something going on there. It's like, okay, these aren't the establishment.
Most of us, Lee accepted, had not been in Parliament, so we were what is needed in Parliament. We need fresh blood. We need people with experience, both of their locality, of business. We need people who are going to actually change the outlook of the whole of Parliament. So they've got to be fresh. And what Reform are doing now, I mean, I'm as I say, I played a big part in driving Reform support. I spoke at that 24 summer conference. I was completely committed to changing the way we're governed.
Everyone's still going to vote for him.
Zia Youssef and Lee Anderson gave two palpably false witness statements.
And as good as this geezer is, they can't raise
police station
fucking
in Hammersmith and undergo
MPs across the whole country.
Interview, which
they just
again,
can't do
me
it.
and the CPS
They're not big enough.
There's nothing there.
They won't have enough momentum.
question is, why don't the police do something about those 2 false witness statements? Because I don't think people should be making false witness statements about each other. So for whatever reason, they did it. Whether Nigel saw me as a threat, whether
probably,
whether Zia Yusuf saw me as a threat, I don't know. It came out of the blue. As I say,
it didn't come out of the blue.
Came out of the sun like a spitfire.
I would say.
So look. I mean, I think every time they hire or a new Tory who's basically got past history and was involved in government, and you look at most of the people. I think we've almost got Boris's cabinet now sitting in reform. All we now need is Boris to complete the sort of the flush. But so why would you?
That's not about. They have the best chance, but it's not about.
Why do you want to bring in people who've been?
The whole point is that there's going to be more of the same for 4 more years.
I don't understand it.
Then people are going to say fuck reform, then they're going to vote for Labour again and get even more shit.
This is kind of a compliment.
That's the point. People won't look past that.
You did make a public kind of criticism of Nigel.
Not really. What I did, I said to Nigel in the December, I said, we
should make some sort of deal.
We basically got ourselves a foothold in Parliament, which we had, 5 of us, and we'd then lead. We were leading in the polls then. So I said to him, "We're going to win the election. Now, what's the plan?" And then I couldn't see evidence of a plan. So when Andrew Pearce rang me up and said, "Would I do an interview with him?" which I said I would, and I wasn't rude about Nigel. I simply said that Nigel is the Messiah, but the question is, will Nigel lead us to the promised land? That was my question. I don't think that's rude.
No, it's not. I didn't say it's rude, but it's at the same time when the richest man in the world is saying that you should probably lead the party.
No, he didn't ever say that. What he said,
I thought he did.
What he said was, Nigel wasn't the right person to be running reform.
Yes.
And then when one of my supporters said, "Do you think Rupert Lowe is?" he said, "I don't know Rupert Lowe, but I like what he puts on Twitter." Now, that's different to saying that I should be running the party. Now, maybe Nigel thinks, the relationships with the US, and you probably saw I was on Tucker Carlson, who I liked very much. And the US I think, got a big role to play, Peter.
What's going on with Tucker Carlson?
They are, challenging.
What's going on with that guy at the minute?
This post-war nonsense. And I very much like what Musk says. I very much like what Rubio says.
Pivoting on a bunch of shit.
What Vance says. I think almost.
I've not seen a video for a while.
The colonies, as they were,
just see other people
need
talking
to now
about
come and rescue the mother nation, because we are going badly off the rails, and we could go over
Tucker
the cliff
was
edge.
haunted by an
look, maybe he didn't
demon.
like the fact that I was starting to create a relationship with Elon Musk. I mean, Javier Milei was liking some of the stuff we were putting on Twitter as well, because we love him. He's a great guy. So look, I don't know, and I actually had
he did a video on it.
When they did it, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was incredible that they did it.
But you look
what
at
else?
The pattern. You can see he felt like you're a threat.
That's what he's done to Kilroy Silk, to
And
Ben
again,
Habib,
what's going on with Candace Owens? Has she gone crazy as well?
And
isn't Candace Owens like fully like batshit crazy now
lives
too?
in the image of Trump,
like Alex Jones level, even though Alex Jones is cool.
Personality. I don't look. Let's go to the bigger.
He's
point.
a wild man, but he's cool.
You got to give him credit for that. But is he a deep man with huge amounts of real life experience? No. He was a junior trader or blue button on the LME, and then he spent 25 years in the European Parliament, where he got into trouble for various things. And I think the early days of the European Parliament, it was a bit like the Wild West. People were employing wives, girlfriends, basically abusing a nascent system. And then, obviously, he's now spent time in politics, but he left ostensibly because he said he had no money. He wanted to earn money. And that's when we kept Reform going. It was the Brexit Party then, but the Brexit Party is the legal entity that became Reform. So I was, I thought aligned with him, but clearly I'm not. And I think he's even said that he would crawl on broken glass, wouldn't crawl on broken glass or whatever it is to avoid me going anywhere near Reform. Well, I can assure him have no intention of working Nigel Farage.
But this gets to the bigger question. There are defected Conservative voters who went to Reform who are now essentially defected. There's people out there who are left with a choice. It's Reform or nothing, but they look to you. You're seen as somebody that people do want to be Prime Minister. You're seen by many as one of the most equipped. You are the anti-establishment person at the moment. You don't take the salary. You give zero fucks what people think. You will attack important issues based on what
he's
is
not
right.
well known
of a
enough.
football club, Peter.
He's known. He ain't that
if
well
I was
known.
If I was a sort of shrinking violet, I would have shrunk by now. So I'm not too bothered about all that.
Yeah, I'm experiencing that even with our little non-league club. But like,
he's cool, but
people will vote for you. But how? What are you going to do in 2.5 years to establish something that means people can go, okay, this is the anti-establishment party that I wanted. This is something that will fix Britain. Because I think with Reform, they're going to change the pace of decay and change who you pointed at, but they're not going to turn this around.
They will not, as I say.
guys.
I think I can definitively, whereas I asked that question of Andrew Pearce, I don't think they're going to lead us to the promised land. Not
He
from
needs
what I
more
can see,
time.
and not with the people they're bringing in now. So the answer to your question is, when they kicked me out and tried to politically assassinate me, once all of the nonsense.
If Reform ever go next and do nothing after Reform, but then at that point he's going to be in his mid-70s.
If I did have it, the last thing they should have been saying is that I had it.
Like nearly 80.
Didn't stop them, and we have that on definitive.
So
evidence from a very trustworthy journalist. So I set up Restore Britain because I was acutely aware that I wanted to unite common sense thought, and I think we've done that to some extent. And I think we should look at the options. And I agree with you. I think what's happened with Jenrick leaving, with Braverman leaving, with what's been happening to the Tory party, I think had I set up a party earlier, I wouldn't be on the Public Accounts Committee because the Tories wouldn't have put me on. They'd have seen me as a threat.
Yeah, but that's different. Trump's
I built in Parliament, which I've
that guy's different.
I get on very well, even with.
I'm not saying he couldn't. I'm just saying.
I sit at the back of Parliament with Rosie Duffield.
You still got to develop a bunch of buzz around you. You need time to
talk
cook
to each other, and I see him in Parliament. So
and you got to appeal to the most amount of people.
I've now been. I'm seen.
People
as
are stupid.
Who, they may not agree with me politically, but they know I'm not
Again,
a bad guy. I'm not
like,
a sort of. I haven't got any
these
agenda.
These people are exceptions. Putin's also a judo black belt. There's not that many people like that.
To what it used to be when
and
I
Trump's
was
jacked up on
in the world,
like hair stuff and whatever else.
Now, for the next 3 weeks, I'm going to concentrate on the rape gang inquiry. I've made a decision that is of national importance. I don't want to make any announcements before that has run its course.
It's not about every candidate. It's about getting people that want to vote for this old dude.
As much as I can. We've got a very good
20 seconds ago, none of them had ever heard of.
He'll be writing the report. Obviously, all of our team will be there.
That's the reality.
And as I say, various people will participate from across the spectrum of those. Anyone who's necessary to contribute will contribute, and then Graham will write the report. So I don't want to detract from that right now, because I actually think that is incredibly important to the British people. And I don't want to let down 20,000 people who arguably gave more than they could afford as part of the £600,000 that we've raised. If necessary, we might come back some more if we need more to prosecute private prosecutions. And many of them have said they would love to give more to do that, because I think they're as vexed about the failures that are absolutely apparent to us now. So I want that to take place, but I've turned my mind now, because I agree with you. I think
they should definitely put some people in prison over that shit.
At the Tories, and I get on very well with the Tories, and I have
100%.
no issue with them. I think a lot of them are very, very good people.
They're getting better.
And I look at well,
they're getting rid of the bad ones.
Reform are taking quite a lot of them.
They're getting better. No one's a vote from
Labour. Well, Labour is just a complete lost cause. I mean, I can't take them seriously. But again, there's some nice Labour MPs. I try and divide sort of my view of them politically to my view of them as people, because everybody has good in them. And I think particularly the British people, they're good people. But a lot of them are just misguided on that side. I mean, Greens, Lib Dems, nice people, but I'm sorry that they are definitely anyone who votes for them it's a wasted vote. So what we've got to do is, I talked to people often say, well, am I going to join Advance UK? Well, the truth about that is Ben and I did speak to each other. I never agreed to lead Advance UK. We had a big meeting with all of our staff present after I was cleared by the CPS and I was out of reform. Because Ben is a good man, and I think a lot of what he says is very sensible. I think he's a patriot. I think he does want the best for Britain. But I didn't want a party, as I said to him. A party at that stage was divisive. I wanted a movement, which we've got, and we've got our own fantastically loyal people who support us, and I think they would like to see us now find a solution to delivering this change that you and I think is now necessary. It's going to be hugely hard work. It's going to be very complex, and I don't think any of us can actually say how the course is going to plot itself. But Ben wanted a party, I wanted a movement. Initially, he said he'd support my movement, and then we could turn into a party when we were ready to do that. But he decided to set up Advance UK, and I've never ever publicly been anything other than polite and complimentary about Ben, because he's a good man. So, but that was the philosophical difference between us. He didn't want to wait, so he set up Advance. I've set up Restore. And I guess the question is there a way in which those two bodies can work together? And if there isn't, what do we do? And that's the question that is still got to be resolved. And I will resolve that once the rape gang inquiry is done. But I can assure people, I know they want change. I know we've got to do it by 29. And my intention is to try and give people the best opportunity to vote for something fresh, something that is outside the establishment, which is what reform used to be. As we said,
all of this is fair enough. This is good, and people will vote for it, but not enough will.
And that was a huge achievement by all of us.
Oh, the Greens have always been fringe. There's no way.
Closed shop. We broke in.
The Greens people
we broke in against all the odds. And when I fought my campaign,
it's different here.
I had no idea what great people they are.
There's a lot of votes here where
they've been badly let down.
It's not like in America where you got a bunch of just like it's much more.
I'm
a left-right divide or whatever.
Trying to deliver,
and you've got a bunch of people that would vote for some fucking.
But it's going to require
loony person on the left. I mean,
I can set
obviously you got people in like outside of the major cities.
It's up to the British people.
It's kind of the same, but yeah, you've got like a lot of old Labour voters that won't vote for the Tories. There's definitely a working class thing here. There's a bit of a north-south thing going on as well with Labour. Like again, working class people that wouldn't vote for the Tories again, but they're not going to vote for the Green Party. All them old Labour voters up north in them mining towns and shit, they might hate Starmer and wanted to get the Tories out, but they're not going to vote Green. They're not going to vote for some fucking like lunatic Green Party person, like, and Zach Polanski, like that's just kids are gonna vote for him. Like far left people, a few independents, and like fucking teenagers, or not teenagers, but like university students are gonna vote for him. Like that's never been a thing here, really. Like they get a few MPs, they've always got a few MPs down in Brighton and that, but they're just a bunch of retards. Like everyone knows.
If they don't, then I respect that. But I've got to try and deliver a mechanism through which, if they agree with me that we need radical change, it's got to come from outside the existing political establishment, then they've got to show that, and they've got to support us.
I mean,
they've got to
something
trust
definitely
us,
has.
Because,
not in this country for a while, though.
To change this mess that is this homunculus-like state which is sucking the blood out of Britain.
Do you want to be Prime Minister?
I never set out to be, and I would have willingly supported Nigel Farage in being Prime Minister. But I mean, having seen the way they treated me and the way in the past he's treated other people, I'm not sure he's the right material to be Prime Minister. That's my opinion.
But are you?
I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, I don't think anybody knows whether they are until they actually end up getting there.
But if,
was Boris? He showed a lot of promise and then failed to deliver.
Yeah.
But I think
Sharon Osbourne, hell no.
That's why we need fresh people with a view that they aren't going to put up with the strictures and the heffalump traps, which the current state has become very adept at putting in your way. So look, I mean, I think people have got to know me. I run multiple family businesses. I try and do my very best for the people who work for us, and I will continue to do that. And if I ever were to win an election, it's far from probable. At the moment, I'm, who thought that an old rookie like me could go into Parliament and even be thinking of setting up a party to challenge the status quo?
But it's doable.
I think it's possible, but it's a hell of a big job. It's going to require a hell of a lot of hard work, and it's going to require people to get behind us if they want change.
Well, I asked for a reason because I've publicly said I haven't voted the last 3 elections, and I always say I will not vote for decay. I will only vote for something I think actually improves the country. I think we have very similar economic views. I think we have very similar views on civil liberties.
Well, I got to crash out.
I am looking for a vehicle that I can get behind with my
it's time
and energy, and I'm waiting for that.
You got to chat. I didn't plan to watch that on stream, but we did. So we just got
potentially.
yeah.
I mean, I would happily write papers and support what you do. I'd happily be
I didn't mean to watch it on stream, but in the end, we did. I appreciate you hanging out. I see the raids. Oh, fuck. Right. Right. Take it easy, chat. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back. Enjoy your evening, day, night, wherever you are. Bye-bye.